have a golf course. It talked about housing, basically the demographics of the place. We have to manage what we have and not what we're going to have or anything else, because when this started, we really didn't have a village till a few years later, and the builders decided what price homes was going to be here and the sizes and everything, and that's what we have to live with right now. There's another thing in here, and you had people said they wanted sidewalks. I don't know where you're going to put sidewalks, because we decided that trails was what we wanted to do, because they was more environmental friendly, and it's very expensive to take and put in sidewalks and maintain them, and we have very few sidewalks outside of the communities, but we have all kinds of them inside.
And I think that's why we put the focus on the goals with the trails, is establishing those trails above and beyond sidewalks, because I do feel like that meets the criteria, and I think it exceeds it for just a sidewalk, the trails. I totally agree.
Okay. Oh, one other thing I thought about. When people look at Marvin, they look at Marvin, what's here. I got to thinking last night after reading all this and trying to understand it all, is that Marvin is like New York City. They have 7 boroughs. We have Weddington, Mineral Springs. We're only a part of the whole thing. And I mean, we might be lacking in some things, but other things we exceed. But we're part of the whole thing, and the whole thing is this end of the county for us. That's all I have to say. So, takes about 160 acres to have a golf course.
Right.
Where do we have 160 acres around here?
I'm just saying that we can't say we have a golf course or include a golf course, because that is a private.
Mineral Springs has got one. It's open.
Right.
I mean,
I'm just, you know.
that's my thinking right there, that we're sections, everything you want. I have people in my neighborhood that go to Mineral Springs all the time to golf. They go to different places. I have one guy there, he plays golf, I'd say out of 360 days a year, he does 300, he plays golf, even though he lives in Florida in the wintertime, but they still play golf. Golfer is, not saying it's cheap and not saying it's public, but there's golf courses here.
Right. And then the other question I have for you is, just as you were commenting and stuff, I wrote down builders deciding the price.
Deciding the size of the homes and stuff, what they built.
I would strongly disagree with that. I would say that the fact that we have very tight ordinances and only allow essentially 1 home per acre has created more of a demand, and it's what the people want, and the builders build based on what the desire is and stuff, because we've seen the homes start, even in Firethorn, very small in the 3,000 square foot, and has now grown to over 10,000 square feet. But it's really because of the land being so premium, because scarce because of the size that we require.
But they decided to build here. What they had to pay, they had to build a house large enough where they can get their money back and make a profit. But okay.
I agree with it. There's a lot to take in here, and I think that what you guys have done, and I'll start with, are there any other questions from council?
Well, maybe I'm a little defensive about it, because when I read it, I was a little, you know.
Listen, there's a lot to take in here.
Oh, yes.
You know, I mean, it's just, you know, what we're doing, but when you compare us, as I look down to miles of trail per 1,000 population, we're exceeding at that. We're at the top of the list, above Pinehurst, Black Mountain, Jamestown, all those different things, where the median's 0.38, we're at 0.64. So that's a good thing. So we are, I believe, going in the right direction. It's just, you go back a few pages and look at what our tax rate is, which is only 6 cents, versus there's no one under, I think 30 cents is what I saw. So it's a balance act that we have to do. What can we afford to do. And that's why we're pursuing, I guess, the grants and all the other things to help out with these things. But any other questions from council? I'm going to be the first to say my apologies. I did not read the whole thing because I started reading it and then, oh my God, I was like, this is a lot to take in. So I don't know if the rest of council has read it from start to finish. Maybe Kim?
She told us to read it.
I know.
I
I
followed
just
my
didn't
orders.
I just didn't get through it all, and I'm just being as honest, and upfront with everyone. But it is a lot to take in. As I was going through it more as a, well, that's not right. I redlined something and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, there's.
All right, well, why don't you tell us what you redlined? Jamie has a hard stop at 1:25, so we got a lot to get through, so let's just move it on.
That's fine.
And that's one thing I'll say, there's a lot in that, and within that, these are all the things we looked at that came up to the point of the so what, the action plan, and that's one thing I would want to pull out is that, there's some things if we need to edit or go back and forth, but in the end, the bulk of what this wants to do is give you a checklist with that action plan for what you want to do with your Parks and Rec through the next 10 years. So that's the main goal with this whole document. I mean, we're happy to make any red lines or edits, but the bulk of the meat of what you're going to do for action is that end section. So we just want you to be comfortable with what we're suggesting that we do.
Yeah.
But then also this parlays into the second request that we're asking for is the support of the PARTIF application. This is a criteria for that you have to have in place before we can go for a PARTIF grant to try to get money to develop the other part of Village Hall site.
So are you basically saying in summary that as long as they substantially agree with the plan as presented, they could proceed with adopting
Yeah,
it?
as long as you substantially agree with what the action items we're asking y'all to make as your guide moving forward, barring any of the corrections within the text, then I think it's okay to approve that with this set of red lines. We'll do it and we'll get it back, and then that moves us into be able to do the part of.
All right, so on page number 2, which is really page number 6, like in the thing, I'm telling them about what you said.
Oh,
There's
it's right from the
top left paragraph, it says, the village was incorporated July 1st, 1994 as a council manager form of government led by a mayor and 5 council. It was council mayor, and it was 4-member council.
It implies that that's how it started in 1994, which is
Yeah.
incorrect. So 94 was only 4 council members and a mayor, and it was mayor council versus
Council manager.
council manager. So that's correct today, and we are 5 council, but we are moving to 6 as of November. So to be probably updated, we'll have 6 council members, a mayor, and then it'll continue council manager.
Okay, anybody else got questions? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay.
Wayne?
I had my say.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want us to adopt this? Is this what you're asking for?
Yes, if
Yeah, where are the
you're comfortable with it.
items? I can't find that.
What do you want?
The action items that he's asking for today, what page is it?
No, they want us to adopt this.
So,
Kim, did you see anything in there that you had any major objections to? Okay.
We had an hour and a half go line by line through, there were 5 different documents that came together into this one document. And, I read through it. Yes, I missed that because I was reading it like currently, but I can see how Joe read it as how it started. But I'm fine with it. I think some of the stuff that Wayne's concerned about is the demographics that show up in there, but it is what Marvin is, and there's not really much we can do about that.
Yeah, I have to agree with Wayne that we are a broad community within the, the 6 or 7 municipalities on the western side of the county, but we are still Marvin as a village, and
Yes.
the only thing we have control of is our village, not what everybody else does. So this is basically, we have to focus on this plan for us specifically. So, I mean, that's what we're trying to accomplish in this particular situation, so.
And the reason that we need to get this approved is so that, because all the Part F stuff is coming up, that we have to start going out for in March.
Yeah, so this is a criteria that this has to be adopted, that this is the plan we're moving with forward for the Parks and Rec, because that's a huge bulk of the points for a part of grant. And we've gone into it without one of these before, and it just won't hold up with the others,
Yep.
so.
Nick, just for clarity purposes, we kind of stated as long as they're conceptually fine with it in a substantial basis, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you can just kind of define what changes could be made and what timeline we want to look to do that, because I don't want to get to where we're making changes immensely down the road.
I would say we get all the red lines gathered today, and I'll hand those back to Ally, and we can get that done next week. That's
So this-
very quickly.
The adoption of this is a guiding principle, just like our land use plan, our master plan. It's going to be what we use for the next 10 years. Not to say we have to do what's in there, but it is something that we would use at a staff level and at a grant level to seek those funds to make sure that we're following what's in our plan.
And that's a conversation that I had with Bob the other day, was this is a plan. It's not set in stone. This is going to be, just like the land use plan, this is what we're going to strive for. And if we have to deviate from it, we deviate from it. But this is a plan.
Correct.
So I'm going to make a motion to adopt the Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan with minor changes to be presented.
Yeah.
Including additional redlining if we find
That's
any?
to be presented, like,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying,
And your deadline for redlining would be what?
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, as soon as I can get it back out to you.
And I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just looking, because I wasn't involved in the plan, that was Kim and Derek and the others, but I'm more looking for, I do. But I'm more looking for, grammatical or actual, I mean, like, right off the bat. where
The more
it's like-
people that review and get, yes, the better.
Understand.
Because I want it to definitely be a document that you're proud of and is correct, so yes.
Absolutely.
We'll get on those next week.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the table, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those nay? I don't hear any, so that passes unanimously. Thank you for your work on this. It really is nice. I mean, I like it a lot, so what I got to reading, so. Next up, this is it, right? Yeah, okay. Discuss and consider adoption of resolution of support for a part of PARTF application.
Part of,
If you'd like me to jump in real quick, so basically that's the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. It's North Carolina's mechanism for funding parks and recreation projects. And within that, they just want a commitment to know that from the top level, you all support us putting this grant in, but it also comes with a commitment of a certain amount of money that you put up that they match. So that will be up to you all, and we can get to that at a later date, how much you want to contribute. The highest amount that they'll contribute is $500,000 to match, so they won't do anything past that. But basically, it's a commitment to commit money to the project and commit to putting the part of grant
So-
application in.
So the total dollar amount would be TBD, to be determined, and it will not.
It will not exceed $500,000
for
because
the
they won't
village.
match that, yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Question. Does that have to be cash, or can it be in like somebody donate land?
It has to, I think it actually has to be funds allocated within the capital improvements budget, wherever you keep that. It can't be, but that is one thing, just to speak to that, the reason why we're doing Village Hall is that it has to be land owned by you all and under your control, so.
So,
But it
We
can't,
have to control it.
under your control, yes.
Nick, to your point about that, having cash available, is it something that we could consider taking a loan to do to match?
Yeah, just as long as it's allocated specifically for that project and specifically for that part of match, that they see that it's there.
They don't care how we get it.
Yeah.
They just want it.
They just want it
Cash in the
allocated.
mattress.
Yeah.
And say if you waved a magic wand and all the stars aligned and everything went well in the procedure and we have a deadline coming up, when would you see the earliest response, or could we expect the earliest, at best case scenario, worst case scenario, if we were to be granted this grant? And
So
When do they award it?
it's due in May and they award it, usually they award it in August, but I've seen them push it back because sometimes they get additional funding, but it would be this fall is when you'd find out.
okay, and at that time, once it's awarded, how soon would they expect the funds after that?
Well, they would expect those to be ready to go, and I think it's either 2 or 3 years you have to build the project and spend the funds.
Okay.
So we would have time, say that comes up, they like shovel-ready projects, so we'll have that's the next part of our work. We'll do a master plan for this specific site, flush out cost, because cost is something that they want to know how much the whole project will be. And then after that, we could wait to figure out whether you receive the grant funding or not, because I know that depends on if you're able to develop the site, and then you move that into construction documents and bid it and get it built, so.
And Nick, in your experience, and you're looking at this project, what we're doing and all the things we've done so far, what's the likelihood that we would do you have an estimate?
I think it's a pretty good likelihood because you've never had a part of grant. They like to give money to communities they've never given money to before, and I think the way we could write up this project is we're really seeing this as a community center and where everyone can come recreate together. And that's one thing that sometimes that board changes. It's not necessarily all parks professionals. There's a lot of lay people on those boards, and within that, that's where we'll get into with our, we have a representative, so they kind of understand what they're voting for, but I don't see why an amphitheater and just a central green for programming, I think that's a pretty high-level project that they would jump on. It's kind of a hearts and minds thing. So they do fluctuate from year to year. One year they're doing all splash pads, and maybe the next year they're doing all playgrounds. So I know that kind of answers your question, but they are a variable board that changes their minds year to year.
This is just a general question, not really to us, but I'm surprised, do they not ask to put this like in an escrow account, the funds in an escrow account? Because someone could say, all right, we're doing this, we got this grand plan to do this. and-
They do have some paperwork that's the commitment of where you've got the money and that you have the money,
Okay.
that they do want to know it's designated specifically. Yeah.
It's typically a reimbursement grant, just similar to
Yeah.
what we're doing with CRTPO. So we would pay 100% and we would get reimbursed.
Right.
So let's say if we get awarded the grant, then you guys will still continue to the next step, that's part of our contract with you guys, correct?
So we're contracted up to grant writing and getting you the grant. It would be a next contract to dive into the construction documents. That would be another
Okay,
contract.
okay.
And administration would be on us unless we enter a different agreement with them.
Okay.
Right,
Which
correct.
involves a lot of paperwork for the reimbursement request and keeping up with,
There's a
the
report you have to
conceptuals.
do every month that shows progress on, are we in design, are we building, where are we with spending the money? So they do check up on every month.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing submittal of a North Carolina Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant application for improvements to the Village Hall property as presented.
So moved.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And nice work. Okay, next up, we have public hearings. I'd like to open the public hearing for special use permit application number 2023-1 for the Marvin Women's. Let me start that over again. Next up, we have public hearing. Open the public hearing for special use permit application number 2023-1 for the Marvin Women's Center located at 10004 Newtown Road per 151.069B.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, we got a
If I
couple.
may, I just want to remind the board of the rules. We don't see many of these special use permits. This is what we call a quasi judicial hearing. It's like a court hearing. That's where the board will make a decision based upon evidence that is presented at the hearing. Each member needs to, and if they have a material discussion outside, that should be disclosed. Also, you need to be fair and impartial. If anybody has a basis or connection with this where they can't be fair and impartial, I would request that you disclose that at this time.
And Chaplain, since this is quasi judicial, their remote participation policy prohibits Bob from participating, correct?
Correct, so he can listen to it. And, but since he can't be there live, their policy does include that. We already have a quorum of other members present. With this procedure, also, you're going to have witnesses that'll be sworn in. And generally, the way we do this is we have the staff presentation. And if it's not contested, and I don't believe this one is, it's usually pretty short with the applicant, maybe to follow up with any questions or if they want to make statements, but the staff presentation will be a lot of the overall hearing. And then the board must, I'm sorry? Okay. The board must make the 4 findings of fact. You have those already set forth, but since this is a special use permit, you make the 4 findings of fact. And then any special conditions, and the special conditions are made to further mitigate any impact from the public against the use. So there will be remote participation in this, including, I believe, through the applicant, and everybody agreed to that to expedite. But I will be available for any questions. And if there are none, we need to get the witnesses sworn in, including Hunter, since he'll be presenting evidence.
And does Hunter need to be sworn in via Zoom right now?
Yes, anybody that's going to present, and he can just confirm via Zoom.
Okay.
Yep. And he looks
So-
like he's ready.
All right, I don't think I've ever done this over Zoom before, so, okay. Hunter, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right.
All right. So you guys can hear me okay? Sorry, I'm in the airport, so if you hear some background, I apologize, but I'll try to go through this really quick. So as you guys are familiar with,
Hey, Hunter, we're getting some feedback off of your audio.
okay, hold on. Still not good.
No.
We just keep hearing the announcements in the airport.
Okay, hold
Oh,
on.
that's what we're hearing.
It's just the background, yeah, we just have to deal with it.
Just background noise. Okay.
Let's say I can call in real quick if that would be easier.
Just talk loud, Hunter.
Okay, so the applicant is Mr. Larry Shaheen, who's the attorney from the Health Pregnancy Center. As you guys are familiar with the recent text amendment that was adopted at your guys' last meeting, basically that set forth the religious institution updated language, as well as setting a process and parameters for accessory uses that are not permitted in the zoning district where that religious institution is. So with that being said, so the property is Old Village Hall. It is that property is all part of the Banks Presbyterian property. It is zoned Marvin residential. Within the Marvin residential district, religious institutions are a special use. The church itself is kind of grandfathered because the church was here before the village was established. However, since this accessory use is kind of changing, we are kind of now doing this special use permit specifically for that accessory use, kind of creating the base of that parameters for the accessory building. So the proposed use would be for the Marvin's Women's Center, which is a 501c3 nonprofit agency. And they provide free and confidential services for women and men who are experiencing an unplanned pregnancy. The applicant provided me information that their caring care counselors and staff provide pregnancy, parenting, adoption, and abortion education. The center would further offer the following services, which is free pregnancy tests, confidential peer counseling, pregnancy and parenting and Bible study classes, and limited ultrasounds. I also would, want to make sure that council is aware that the Marvin's Women's Center will not be providing any type of contraception or on-site STD or STI testing, nor do they offer or refer for abortions. So getting into the surrounding land use and zoning, as I previously mentioned, the subject property is the existing land use is civic vacant, however you'd like to look at it. It was Old Village Hall, but it has been since vacant to move into the new building. The zoning district is R Marvin Residential. All the properties surrounding it are zoned R Marvin Residential. Basically, to the north is you have the preserve, and it's really their HOA common open space buffer. To the south is the 3 Pine Acres development, and to the east and west are those basically Banks Presbyterian as well as Wedding United Methodist. I'm not really going to get into a lot here since because the building is existing. It was conveyed to me from a member of Banks Presbyterian that they actually have set aside, I believe, like $30,000 for renovations and upfit of the building. But since the zoning is not changing and the actual structure is not being expanded, the current condition of that structure, we have no basic say in the aesthetics or design because this is not a rezoning going through the rezoning process for the heritage district. It's just a special use permit for the specific accessory use. Okay, so getting into review and discussion, as I mentioned, you guys adopted this text amendment back at the January meeting or January work session meeting. Basically, it updated the language for religious institutions as well as gets into when to be there where it says religious institution accessory uses which are not permitted as a principal use in a district or is not traditionally associated with a religious institution shall be subject to the special to a special use permit and adhere to the following restrictions. That first restriction is no merchandise or merchandise display shall be visible from outside the building. 2, no accessory use requiring an overnight stay shall be permitted, excluding events associated with youth groups, scout troops, and other events directly associated with persons or employees of the religious institution. And 3, no standalone business or identification sign pertaining to the accessory shall be visible from outside the parking lot. Signage shall be permitted to be a part of the principal use existing signage, and those regulations are in our sign ordinance, which is 151.140 through 151.152. The proposed accessory use would be affiliated and would be used in association with the church. The location of the building is in the middle of the property and is surrounded by existing civic and institution uses, buffers for the residential properties and the preserve and kind of around the adjacent land. Getting into findings of fact, as Chaplain mentioned, you guys do have to, since this is a special use permit, go through the finding of fact. There are 5 of those. I have already outlined those in your memo. Basically, staff has found that that the applicant in this proposed application does basically complies with all 5 finding the fact. It will not endanger the public health or safety in staff's opinion. It meets all required conditions and specifications. It will not substantially injure the value of adjoining your property or abutting properties or the uses of public necessity. For the location and character if developed according to the plan is a as submitted and approved will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and will be in general conformity with this chapter and the village of Marvin Land Use Plan. And staff finds that the building is existing, it's surrounded by the civic uses of the churches. And then 5 additional review criteria. As stated, as I previously mentioned, there's 3 other criteria based off of what the applicant has conveyed to me. As well as even, if approved, they still have to comply with these 3. So staff finds that the proposed use meets all the required conditions and specifications outlined in 151.06. With that being said, staff does recommend approval of the special use permit with the following conditions. The first three are the ones that are already outlined in 159.069. And the fourth and fifth one is that the general hours of operation of the center is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and that no medical services shall be provided other than ultrasounds, pregnancy tests, and counseling. Those two, I did talk with the applicant. The applicant was fine with those conditions. They are reasonable and within, can be set with this approval for the special use permit. The planning board also reviewed this on Tuesday. They unanimously voted to recommend approval, basically with those same 5 conditions. With that being said, is there any questions from council?
Hunter, this is Chaplain Spencer. Were there any notifications or opposition filed with planning?
No, so all adjoining property within 150 feet were mailed on February 9th. We actually did the border for the whole Banks Presbyterian Church. I have not had any phone calls, emails from any of those property owners that were notified. I'm not sure if anybody else has. The property was also posted for the public hearing sign on February 9th. So to my knowledge, unless there's anybody, I can't see if there's anybody there in public who signed up, but to my knowledge, then I have not received any questions, comments, or concerns. Is council there? Hello? You can hear.
Mr. Mayor, I believe at this time we can see if the applicant has anything they'd like to add, or if there's anybody signed up for public comment.
I think so, if someone could turn the council's sound on.
There,
I don't
there
think, there we go.
Sorry, there you go. I had to mute the mics earlier so we didn't get additional feedback.
All
We're good
right.
now.
Hunter, Chaplain, Bob, can you guys hear us? Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe was trying to talk, but you guys couldn't hear us, so give us a minute.
And I think, and I'm fine going forward with the applicant asking questions at this point, Chaplain, but as a side note, I would just like to say, if we were to have a public hearing going forward and someone cannot be here in person, given the logistics and stuff, because I assume everyone read this and is prepared to ask questions, but opinion of one, this is unacceptable because it was very difficult to hear everything clearly what he was saying if he was going to be in an airport situation. We're just going to have to, if that's going to happen, we have to notify the applicant ahead of time, and if we have to call a special meeting, so be it. But either way, this is just quite a big challenge, at least for me. That said, I will reach out to the applicant to see if they have anything further. Is that what you're asking, Chaplain, at this time?
Yes, just see if they have anything further they'd like to add.
We have nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor and Council. We just appreciate the consideration and ask for approval.
All right, and then I'll ask.
Anybody from the public want to say anything?
And then the only question I had, it was on number 2 of the, what you had asked, and I had just made a note of it. And this is just general, because what you're doing is great stuff. In the comment, the purpose of this letter to express the intention of Marvin Women's Center, dedicated helping women and families making life-affirming choices, provide Christian peer counseling. Our goal is to be available to anyone in the Marvin area who finds themselves in need of free or confidential service. help me define Marvin area, or, because I would think if it's in Charlotte and someone threw a thing, I mean, that's not, in my view, that's not really the Marvin area if it's way up in Charlotte, but I would assume you would help them too, or,
Yes. Yes, the Marvin area simply spoke about the geographical location. My clients are prepared to help any and all individuals who come seeking assistance to make life-affirming choices.
okay. Just wanted for clarity that that's what we're looking at here. Any other questions from council?
Then I would like to make a
Hold on, we
motion.
gotta close the public hearing first.
Okay.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect, you do it.
So I'd like to, do I need to read the whole?
Read it all. You started it, you finished.
Well, this is kind of near and dear to me, so I make a motion to approve the request for special use permit application number 2023-1 to allow for a nonprofit women's counseling center to operate as an accessory use to religious institution and property owned by Banks Presbyterian located 10004 Newtown Road per 151-1069B. The proposed special use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to plan. The proposed special use meets all required conditions and specifications. The proposed special use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining and abutting property, or the use is a public necessity. The location and character of the proposed special use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and will be in general conformity with the Village of Marvin Code of Ordinances and the Village Land Use Plan. The special use permit must comply with the following conditions. No merchandise or merchandise display shall be visible from outside the building. No overnight stay shall be permitted with this use. No standalone business or identification sign pertaining to the accessory uses shall be visible from outside the building. General hours of operations for the center is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. No medical services shall be provided other than ultrasounds, pregnancy tests, and counseling.
All right, the motion is on the table. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Except for Bob.
Look forward to it.
Except for Bob, who's not allowed to vote.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Council and Mayor. Appreciate it
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Thanks, guys. Thank you. What's that?
Oh, good,
Thank you.
we need it.
Thank
Yeah, we do.
I'm reminded of that every time I drive by there, when there's a sign that says, "We're praying for you," so we appreciate that, so.
We need it, thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda, Village Hall, D1, discuss and consider options for community room AV equipment and direct staff to proceed with selected option.
All right, so a quick AV update before we jump into this. I was here with the technician this morning. Most of the issues are resolved. We will get the wireless mics fixed. We can always adjust the audio levels as needed around the room. So if you think at any point during a meeting it's too loud here, someone's not coming through clear enough, just let me know, and that's something that I can address. So this agenda item is really to focus on the community room. We first entered the contract with SKC Communications back in 2021 to do this whole job. They were quickly, shortly after they were acquired by AVI SPL. Once it became clear there were going to be significant supply chain issues with this project, we moved in a phased approach to try to get some equipment in here as soon as we could. So they've been doing that install over the course of multiple months. On Friday, February 3rd, while they were installing in here, they bumped their scissor lift against our column outside, and I'm going to share that picture on your screen, and it did cause a bit of damage. We are working to get this quoted.
Andy on it.
And Andy's on it. Andy's on it, I'm on it. The vendor's looking too. They immediately admitted fault, and they said, yes, we're definitely going to take care of this. So I wanted to alert you all to that. That's going on in the background of this project. But the issue at hand is that this room is pretty much done, short of the few issues here and there. The lobby displays are working, and the conference room that we use for closed session is completed. The only room left is the community room. Since the community room was not initially planned to be a conference room, it was originally planned to be an archive room, there is no floor box or piping in there that allows for a network connection or AV network, wireless, electrical connections. So when the vendor started installing, they installed a wire with a floor track. Since, and the plan was to run to a conference room table to connect into a connection box. Since they've done that, I've heard from multiple of y'all that you do not like the appearance of the floor track. So I've been working with the vendor for some options, and I'm going to walk you through those now. So under the current setup, the floor track runs power to the tables. The smart TV in there, it does have wireless connectivity, so if someone, you want me to skip ahead? Okay. I'm going to skip ahead. There's multiple options here, but I will tell you my recommendation. My recommendation is to install an additional wall plate, which is this third picture here, right next to the current outlet. It would allow for people to display on the TV with a wired connection if they wanted. When they're not using it, the cord disappears, so you don't have the floor track. We actually already have the component here. It was kind of accidentally given to us, and they've since just let us keep it. So we've already got the component. The additional cost for a change order would only be a couple $100s. We're estimating $500. That's just for installation and configuration and programming. They can merge this change order with our future change order for the smart blinds, because they'll have to come back in. We'll have to do a change order with them to wire those into our AV system. So they can bundle those together to save us some money, and they also let us know that if the cost of repairing the column outside is close to or even less than the cost of the change orders combined, they'll just do the work as an in-kind compensation, and we can fix the pillar at our own time.
Great, thanks, Austin. I say we make a motion to approve option number 3.
And it's no more than, you don't expect it to exceed $500? Because I'm looking at that switch, and I know switches are expensive, but, you know.
We already have the equipment, so they literally just have to go in and just wire it in. And the wire's already in the wall, so it's very little work to do.
Okay.
It's all labor at this point.
Yeah, out of all the options that were presented, for me, that looked like the simplest, and we don't have to have too much disruption in that room. I don't even know when the next time that room is being booked, but, and the need for it, but.
It also allows for us not to have to do anything to the tables. We don't have to install anything on them or make any sort of modifications.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Any other discussion, further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next up, E is items of discussion of Waxaw Marvin, Bonds Grove, Church Road Roundabout Project acceleration, and consider adoption of resolution affirming the village's commitment to contribute its portion of funding towards NCDOT project HL-0116.
Okay. Do I sound any better?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, I found it. Well,
Are you renting a small room?
no, I got out of the food court area that I had a nice little setup, and then it got crowded. So,
Okay.
Austin, can you do me is there a way you can pull up the memo, please, on the computer, just because I switched to my phone?
I can. I'm going to pull the memo up on their screen.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Give me 1 second to do that. Go in here and hit this button to do it.
Little background though, why he gets this pulled up. So basically, as I discussed in the planners update during our February regular meeting, is that the joint application that we did with Union County for a CRTPO funding application for a roundabout at Waxhaw Marvin basically did get recommended by CRTPO to be added to the state STIP through NCDOT. Basically, wanted to go over this with you guys, the funding breakdown, what our cost share is, and get your guys' consent or approval to continue to move forward with Union County to enter into an interlocal agreement. Basically, the goal is that I think when I originally presented this to you, the phase one, which is the preliminary engineering and stuff, was originally outlined for fiscal year 25. Basically, it's been recommended to go ahead and move it up to fiscal year 24, which would be October of this year, because it's the federal calendar, which runs from October to September. So basically, with your guys' approval, we would move forward, enter or work with the county, get an interlocal agreement done that would be brought back to you guys. But basically, that interlocal agreement, in short, will basically state that the county is the primary applicant. The county is responsible for the main, or for the funds will go through the county. However, we will pay our portion. Our portion is higher than the county. It's a 54 to 46% breakdown. Why that reason is because the county only had $500,000 in their critical intersection line item. The total project's 1.92 million, so that means we would be on the hook for $592,000 of that. So basically, the funding breakdown would be that we would pay 54%, and they would pay 46%, and it's kind of broken down like that for each phase. Is there any questions about that?
Yeah, Hunter, so the grid at the bottom is not accurate now?
No, the grid at the are you talking about for phase 3?
Yeah.
No, that is accurate.
So they're not going to start,
think-
they're not going to start construction on it until 26, 27.
What the email that I believe it was John from DOT said is that basically we could get preliminary engineering started this October. Basically, right away would start right after that, and then it would most likely be, I think they said the summer of 2026 or spring summer of 2027. But it's just kind of the same thing as that. The engineering design is going to take roughly a year. Then how much right away? But the goal is still to get this construction underway before the portion of Providence that's going to basically have them kind of detour, which I think it's like the second part of the Providence widening, to
Okay.
get that done before.
So they're not going to require the bulk of this until fiscal year 26, 27.
Correct.
Okay, so, Money Lady, are you good with these amounts that we need, 23, 24, 24, 25?
Money lady.
Money, ML.
I'm going to answer for her and say. no.
Okay, non-Money Lady?
The non-money lady.
We're going to bring the PAL bill tracker back before y'all because we've been working on that and updating it, and we definitely have a deficit, and we need to make you aware of it. So we'll have to figure it out, but without going up on taxes or some other type of continual revenue sources, we will have a deficit. So we will struggle with these numbers. However, we can figure it out.
But we're not good for 23, 24 to like figure it out?
Yes, we can definitely figure that one out.
Okay, I mean, I get the big number, I understand that, but are we okay 23, 24, 24, 25?
Yes.
Okay, so because they want us to adopt this resolution, so I don't want to adopt it if we're not okay the first two payments.
Real quick, basically the reason why we're going to a deficit is because this construction and the Marvin Loop construction, which you guys know, I think that was roughly the $400,000 to $500,000 as well, are basically back-to-back years. So that is two substantial costs back-to-back years, but those are years out. And Christina and Joe and I have been working and kind of looking at it. But we are fine from what we have now and what we're projecting for the next 2 years for phase 1 and 2.
That is accurate, but I would be remiss if I didn't let you know that the 477 will be an issue if we don't
Okay,
address that.
okay, but we're okay for,
Yes.
okay. Be somebody else's problem later.
Yes, the money lady's problem.
Just one quick question. It's 54 to 46 percentage, we're 54 and the county's 46, because they don't have the money?
Because they only have up to 500,000, and that's 46% of the match cost.
What if we had that rule too?
Well, I mean,
Then the project doesn't get done. The county said that's all the money
Yeah, so I'll clarify. The county has this program called the Critical Intersection Grant Program. Basically, the county commissioners
Yeah, I mean, you're
a
right.
couple years ago
I know.
dedicated funds for it. Then they re-upped it at 500,000, and they did this last year. And basically, Bjorn came to me, to the village, said, "Hey, we just got this 500,000. Marvin hasn't really gotten any of it. Would you guys want to do this project?" And it'd probably take it's basically taken that whole line item. So basically, no other municipality would have that, but they'll probably re-up that as we're going through the next step in their critical intersection update. So we would be, this is our chance to partner with the county and get some of those funds to get something done.
But it's
So now they want to be partners. They want to partner with us now?
So, well, Hunter, real quick, okay, so I understand that this 500,000 is in their critical intersections program up at this date, but what about 4 years down the road when this project comes up? Are they gonna have additional funds added to this program that they might be able to throw a little bit of money our way to
Make us even?
yeah,
From my understanding, that's not the intent. If they put more funds into it, it'd be for another municipality to partner with the county for a portion of funding for transportation projects.
okay.
So this is like a poker game, you gotta pay to get in. And then you gotta still put up for,
than everybody else.
Except we
Yeah,
don't
like
get
it-
an opportunity to win.
Yeah, from my understanding that any of the other municipalities that have partnered with the county in a similar instance like this have not gotten the 500,000.
Okay.
Like, I mean, obviously because they tried to spread it out the first time and then we didn't get any. And now we were the one, kind of, from my understanding, like the one, if not the only that didn't get any. So they're like, hey, let's do this. And it's a big project that really, because you guys recall, we did try to go to Waxhaw and have them contribute too. But they
Okay,
said they had other projects.
so bottom line to the board is, do we want to help get Bonds Grove Church Road done quicker? Yes or no?
I say yes.
I mean, yeah,
and
the answer's yes, right?
Yes.
We've been
I mean-
helping people in Waxhaw get home quicker anyway. for the
Anyway,
past
right.
few years, so
Well-
why not make it even better?
But the thing
Perfect.
about it is that what we have to consider is the impact of the road widening project on Province Road to our community.
That should not be our responsibility.
know
That
it
should
shouldn't be, but
DOT's responsibility. That should
Reality
be-
dictates
I know.
that they are gonna put all that traffic into the middle of our village,
I know.
and unless we are proactive about this, we're gonna have a major problem.
I know. So do you
And it
guys
could
want to do
create-
it, yes or no?
How does this happen, and how's this gonna impact the one down at Marvin Road and Joe Carr?
Oh, it's gonna, I mean,
That too.
Oh.
And this is, I mean, all of Marvin is going to suffer at some point, but at least we'll have the traffic circle at Marvin and Newtown, and if this one is completed, then the flow will get through with the, 30-40% increase in traffic during the construction where people are detouring. Other communities are gonna have some detour, but we're gonna be the main detour, unfortunately.
But in fairness to Jamie's question, what affects Marvin more, the roundabout that's at Joe Carr and Marvin, or the roundabout at Bonds Grove? I mean, the good news is they are moving it up. Quick question, Hunter, when did the county approve their end of matching the 500,000 or approximate?
It was last fall.
Okay, was it,
They did it the same way we did it. Basically, when you guys did a resolution to match funding, and then Bjorn submitted the application back in September. He had to get approval from his commissioners. They approved it, so then he submitted the application. So they've committed the funds. We've committed the funds to an extent the resolution, but that's why in your guys' packets I did do another resolution, just kind of
so,
reaffirming.
so my point to that is, it was before the new commissioners were sworn in, just to keep
Yep.
you all aware. And they've already changed some things already, which is nothing to say that they couldn't go back and say, yeah, we're not in anymore, and leave us hanging.
well, I think that
Well,
we agreed to do fund matching. We didn't say we're gonna do more than the 50%, did we?
oh yeah, 54%.
Oh, no, we didn't vote on
And
it.
the cost of overruns, but we still don't know where the cost of overruns are. Hunter, do we have that information?
For this roundabout,
Yes, this roundabout, the roundabout we're talking about on the agenda.
I mean, we're not gonna know until we construct it. But that interlocal,
No, but
we
what's,
would
no,
split-
what's our portion of it? Are we on the hook for 50%? Are we on the hook
Oh,
for
so-
25% and the county's on the hook for 25% and then DOT's
Bjorn-
on the hook for 50?
Bjorn's getting clarification for that from DOT. Basically, whatever since the county is the municipal applicant in this case, whatever the local portion is, the county and us will split that. So, like,
How
straight
are
down the
they
middle. So
splitting
if
it? Are they splitting it 50-50? Are they splitting it 46-54? Like, this is stuff we need to know.
No, that's what I said that the county and us will split it 50-50 right down the middle. I do not know though if it's 100% on the local or if it's 50% local, which would be 25% us and 25% the county and 50% DOT. We have not gotten that clarification from DOT yet.
So best case scenario, it's 25%, worst case scenario, it's 50%.
Correct.
I mean, that's a big number.
Depends on our estimates.
So my question is, a simple question. If we say no, what happens?
It doesn't get done.
And this is where we get squashed every time. DOT says, well, you either agree to it or we just don't do it.
Well, I think we agree with 50%. That's what we voted on, right, before?
No, we did 50%.
We did not. No, I broke it down in that the county, the original way it was going to be done was the county was going to give us the
We were always
500,000 and
paying
we
more
were
than
going to
the
be that.
county was.
Yeah.
Always.
So could we possibly make a motion that if we were in favor of moving this forward, under the condition of any cost overruns would be split evenly between the county and the village? And if that is not the case, and we find out that that is not the case, then we would come back and revisit it and have the option to
Well,
revisit it.
You guys are basically, so what's being presented right now is basically reaffirming our commitment, which is that 46%, as well as then directing staff to work with the county to get the interlocal agreement between us and the county done for the funding of the local match portion of the project. In that interlocal, that will come back to you guys probably in the next month or two. And in that interlocal, it will have that specific breakdown. Bjorn is already aware. I conveyed this to him that I think we need to split 50-50, whatever the local match portion is for the overruns. So it will come back to you guys and you will have that full clarification. Then for some reason, if he can't get 50% for whatever reason, then yeah, you don't have to enter in the interlocal and then we just don't move forward.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, we need to do this because it's not going to get done, so we all know that. So I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution 2023-0201, affirming the village's commitment to contribute its portion of funding towards NCDOT project HL-0116 for roundabout to be constructed at the intersection of Waxhaw Marvin Road and Bonds Grove Church Road, and direct staff to work with Union County to draft an interlocal agreement with Union County on the cost share for the project, with the resolution being amended to add an additional whereas statement that says we will split overruns with the county 50-50.
Further discussion? Motion's on the table. All in favor?
Hold on.
Wait a second, but do we need to be more clear on that, saying that, and DOT's portion is, add DOT's portion in there as well? Because if we just say 50-50, DOT said, oh, y'all said that, now you get 100%, you split 100%.
So the whereas statement needs to be 50% of the overruns is DOT, and we split the remaining overruns with Union County 50-50.
There you go.
Okay?
All's in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye.
Reluctantly. I
know. Thanks, Hunter.
I just don't, I feel like we're always impacting, we're squeezing the balloon in this one down here. I get down there, but count me as on the record.
Well,
I'm tired of taking care of Waxhaw. Waxhaw does nothing to take care of Marvin. Our job is not to take care of Waxhaw. Our job is to take care of the people in Marvin. And everything we seem to do takes care of them. And I'm over it. We ask them for something and we don't even get the question out of our mouth and they go no. And we do everything we can and our residents pay for it. I'm tired of paying for Waxhaw. Let them increase their taxes and help us for once.
Yeah.
And I've already been on record at Coffee with Council because someone said that I don't like Waxhaw. No, I don't like Waxhaw. My job is to take care of Marvin. Done.
Know what he said.
I don't think you're alone with that. Jamie, comment. Thank you.
My job is to take care of the people of Marvin, and it's getting to the point where, why have a relationship with them because everything is no, and it benefits them, and they have the high, and what they're doing down there is an atrocity.
Well, and they have said, have heard the mayor said that they are firing on all cylinders and things are going, you know.
Apartment buildings.
But it's,
Well, how about a thank you?
yeah. No, there's no question. We're providing the ability to get there because the majority of the people that would use that would be in Waxhaw or unincorporated, for that matter.
So we should continuously ask the county for, help with that stuff too.
And here's the thing, and I will say that no fault to the residents of Waxhaw. They have no idea what Marvin, I wish there was a way that we could make a public announcement to the people of Waxhaw what the village of Marvin does for Waxhaw. Because they have no idea, and it's no fault of theirs. Well, we can't fault the people, the residents of Waxhaw. But it is unfortunate because the people of Marvin should know that every time we turn around, we seem to be getting in the ditch with Waxhaw.
Calm down. Okay, all right, Joe,
All right.
let's go.
Moving on, discussion and consider of art display at Village Hall request.
I got a question before you even say a word. Is there any money attached to this? Do you have a price estimate?
I do not.
Okay, then I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay.
Legitimately, unless we know how much this is gonna cost, there's 0 point in us having this discussion. I don't know who's supposed to find that out, but it's not us.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing that I can say is we can look at the acoustic panels, because what the illustration,
No, that is not our job. I mean, I appreciate the fact that Ms. Jackson is interested in having a art display here. I think it is a fantastic idea, but we also turned it back over to her and said, you come to us with something, these drawings are not enough for me to make a decision, and it is not staff's responsibility. This is not to me, this is not at council's top priority. So it is not on staff to go out and find out how much these things are gonna cost with the acoustic panels and putting them together and all that stuff. If Ms. Jackson would like to figure that information out and send that back to you, Christina, I would be more than happy to talk about it, but until that happens, I'm not talking about this unless we know how much it's gonna cost. And it's not your responsibility to figure that out.
I can have that conversation with her.
So they want us, just to be clear, they want us to pay for being
Pay
able to.
for it, figure it out, do all
And
the
host
things.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it would just be here all the time,
Oh.
which I'm fine with, but I need to know how much it's gonna cost.
Right.
Well, I have to concur with Kim. I think that this needs to be brought to us as a package, not for the village to figure out. This was her idea, and it's a great idea, but needs to be followed through on their end and presented to us in a full package, how it's going to get done, when it's going to get done, how much it's going to cost, the whole thing.
Okay. One of my questions for you all too was, finding who's going to administer it. I mean, it's going to take time to figure out who's going to switch it out and who's going to dictate deciding all that
I
stuff.
felt at her presentation, we turned it back over to her and said, we like this idea, we think it's a great idea, but this is not gonna be on us, this is not gonna be on staff. If you would like to do it, come up with a proposal.
you want to give it to PRG since they have a relationship with her?
We can do that.
I mean, you can ask them.
I mean, they could, then it takes it off
But-
of our
but-
plate.
But I don't, but again, I don't think that's Parks Rec and Greenway. That is, that nothing in there says art display.
I'll have a
I was
conversation
just trying
with
to
her.
take it off of staff and,
I just said this is not staff's responsibility.
yeah.
So, but I also don't think it's Parks Rec and Greenway either. She's the one that came to us with this, and I love her. I think she's fantastic, and I love the idea. I think it's great. But this, if she wants something like this, we need more information.
I've got direction. I can take it from here.
All right, moving forward, next up, we have discussion of modifications to Village Hall bathroom facilities. I think we all know that we have issues with this. We don't have any quotes, I assume, but are we all in favor of enlarging and maybe, and not only enlarging, but enclosing each, you know, 'cause they have all this,
Yeah, no,
when
I
you
know.
walk in there.
It
it's-
says we have received a quote.
I have two quotes.
I didn't see it on here.
Well, it's not, but it's not on there for us to look at, which I would have liked to have seen it, but it says they've received a quote.
Yeah,
Right.
I apologize. I wasn't able to get them in time for the packet. Wow. I have a quote for from two vendors that I've worked with previously at the park and at the old Village Hall. The lowest one came from Clavey Plumbing, who I think might have been a Marvin Day sponsor. $934.06 for the installation of 2 sinks. Councilman Wortman was just looking over the quote. There is a strong possibility, if not for certainty, that we would need to have an electrician come in and move the point of use water heater that is underneath those sinks. And then we would lose our ADA certification, what would you call that, for the bathroom potentially because of the size of the
Those
sink.
bathrooms are ADA. They can use those bathrooms.
Correct.
That drives
The-
me crazy.
Here's my question to that, though. Sylvia and I were looking at that. Do we want to have somebody check? I don't know how someone in a wheelchair is going to open those doors.
They were built to be ADA approved.
Listen, they have the symbol on them. I'm just, my
If they're
stepdad was a quadriplegic. He's not opening that door without a
if they're-
button,
But if they're
without a button
not,
put on it.
then we need to go back to Randolph and be like, everything in here is supposed to be ADA compliant.
Yeah, like we're supposed
It
to
would
have.
be on John Urban. I mean, I can ask John Urban that question, but
In that same question, how would they open those 2 doors that are up in front? So we've
Those aren't
always made it
self-closing.
clear that those would be the ADA bathrooms.
I think the point that he's trying to make is these doors are not self-closing, those doors are. So, I don't know. We can look into it with John Urban and ask him that question. His answer is going to be, you have to keep them. So it's just up to you guys if you want to dub the ADA compliance being these, or if you want to have them both.
But to do the project, to switch out those 2 bathrooms with bigger sinks, 18 by 20s, would probably be less than $1,500. I think the electrician is ballparked at less than $500, and the install of the sinks is $935.
What would these sinks look like?
We're not asking for any action on this right now today. We just want to make sure you guys are okay with it. We'll put this in the agenda for the regular work session for the regular meeting for continued discussion. And we can ask John Urban the question about the sinks.
I don't want John Urban to answer the question about the sinks. I know that they're ADA compliant. I want to know why those doors to those bathrooms wouldn't be considered ADA compliant. Everything in this building is supposed to be ADA compliant. So if those
They might be.
doors-
I was just
They are.
looking at it from a
They are ADA
practicality.
compliant.
How? If Derek's telling me, and I'm not pointing at you, I mean, I am, but I'm not pointing at you, but I'm really pointing at the doors over there. If Derek's telling me that who'd you say?
It was my late stepdad.
Okay. I was like, it's not your father-in-law. I was like, that's not right.
The only way I can answer that question is to ask John Urban,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Can I ask, who brought this?
Well, those sinks are terrible in there. They get water everywhere. They look ugly. They look terrible.
I get it, but is it something that's so bad that we have to address it?
They look like.
If you had to use them, you would want them replaced. I
We've
mean,
discussed
I get
this
it, but I've been
since,
here since the thing opened up and I've never been in there.
Okay. I've been
we've
in there
discussed this
So,
since,
I mean, like
first
again,
day we
like
moved
a
in here.
CRTPO, if only 5 people ride the bus, then why in the hell are we investing all this money? If 2 people go in there in the course of a year, I don't care how bad they are, why are we jumping through
Well,
hoops?
staff uses it probably every day. I would assume staff does not use the main bathrooms and they'll use the front ones, is that correct?
Say it's 50/50.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
50/50.
I'm okay, I'm not opposed to doing this, but I'm just saying, if it gets used twice,
It's
I'm fine
it's
changing
used
them
a
out.
lot,
I'm
actually,
fine
by
changing
staff.
them out.
They use that bathroom a
Okay.
lot. There's a
Okay.
lot of traffic in that
All right.
bathroom, and I have to agree, and we've discussed this since we moved in this building, how ridiculously tiny those sinks are. I mean, the spout on the faucet almost overreaches the bowl of the sink. It's just,
It makes a mess.
it does.
So-
don't want to be doing something for the sake of doing something.
No.
Okay, so just bring it back to us.
We'll bring it back to you on, and we will need a revenue source for this, because you'll hear in a couple minutes that Village Hall is tapped out. So, which means a fund balance appropriation or,
All right. Keep going, let's go.
All right. Next up, we have discussion and consider entering agreement with vendor to be determined for Village Hall landscaping not to exceed to be determined, and authorize manager to execute agreement contingent upon attorney review and direct staff to prepare future budget amendment.
I'll just kind of summarize here and say we've looked at this a couple of times. We've gone back to the drawing board. We've got another quote in our hands, it's a little bit cheaper. We've got it highlighted at the very bottom. It's the landscape and lawn care solutions. All of these pretty much meet the requirements that you've set forth in terms of the 1-year requirement. There's some detail on the pine straw, and then the source of the topsoil. We're looking at $38,000 for the last quote. The cheapest quote that you see in front of you is $31,000. It's not quoted particularly exactly how you all wanted it. We've gone back to the drawing board with that vendor and asked them to amend some things, and they just didn't feel like it needed to be done the way we wanted it done. So it's here for you all to discuss. There was also some discussions about pushing this to fall. And there's been some discussions about going ahead and doing it now. So we just need some direction from y'all if you want to wait until the fall and rebid this, or if you want to go ahead and proceed with getting it done now.
Thought we discussed doing this ourselves rather than spending this whopping amount of money on landscaping. I mean, yeah.
Volunteers?
Do it through a volunteer event and.
It was not well received, I will say that.
Really? Okay.
I didn't think it was.
I mean, this is a lot of money, and it's a great plan, and it's gonna look great out there, but this is a lot of money. And I feel like it's exorbitant, to be honest with you. But then again, I think everything is these days, so I don't know.
The majority of it is in the cost of the plants.
If I were a betting man, I would bet that prices would be down in the fall based on the looming economic issues. Then there may be hungrier places to do stuff like this, but that's just the opinion of one, but.
Well,
you
I
know.
mean, I mean, if you really.
'Cause I
and
agree with you.
Yeah, and I think that you probably are onto something, and, the big question is, can we stomach going another 6-8 months with it looking like it is, to wait till fall to execute this plan, or, are we comfortable with that?
So Andy, let me ask you, because you're more in touch with this than most of us, especially me. Is there a part of this that, when you're talking about doing it on your own, and is there a part of this where we can do a quarter of it, half of it now this
Absolutely.
spring?
We can do
and
this in phases.
From a volunteer basis?
Yes, there's absolutely, we can
And
do this in
then in the
phases.
fall, do the other half or whatever?
Plantings. You don't do plantings now in the fall, you don't want to do them middle of the year.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, is there,
Well, you
we're
can.
trying to eat the
You can do
elephant in
one
one
bed at a
bite,
time.
right? All right,
So-
is there,
so if
instead
you-
of eating the elephant in one bite, is there a way that we can go, okay, let's take a bite, let's grab some of this stuff?
So absolutely, Jamie. There are, how many beds here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 beds. So yes, we could do it in 5 phases if you want to tackle one bed at a time. And, doing one bed at a time is a very small project comparatively. You dig out the soil, you replace the soil, and then you just come in and plant the plants in that one bed and it's done. And then you move on to the next one. So yes, you can certainly phase it. And if you want to do, or the 2 that are outside of the sidewalk, say this spring, because that's what everybody sees the most when they pull up. Do we just tackle those 2? Because the one to the left is very small. It's certainly feasible to do in a day.
What would be your recommendation?
I think that I would recommend doing it in phases if that would entice people to volunteer so that we can save a bunch of money, because this is a very big price tag. So I'm willing to put in my time to dig all the old soil out, put in the new soil, and I will be absolutely 100% here to help plant the plants. The thing is that, if we can get 3 people, we can accomplish this in a day out here. Of the
Well,
planting.
I got 2 strong young men that would love to.
So if you want to take it in phased approach, then I'm all for it.
Can we table this and take this off with the exception of the cost of the plants and all of that, and do it into a phased approach? And then I got myself and 2 boys.
Well, I'm
And if we
totally
could-
fine with that, if that's the direction
We
council
allowed
wants
to
to
do
go.
that based on what we just learned about insurance and signing waivers and
You have a waiver policy. You have a waiver policy in your agenda packet to,
no ladders.
if you want to table it, you and I can get together on the phase, and we can present the plan back before you all as to what we would do first, second, third, and tentatively select some timeframes for that. Are you looking at doing this in the spring or the fall?
Just remember that these plants aren't gonna have a warranty on them.
Can we not get them warranted from the
From the grower, from the nursery?
grower?
I mean, you can ask, but they usually
Some
don't.
do, some don't, it just depends on who they are.
What, in light of saving, I'm gonna say tens of thousands of dollars, okay, then if we have to replace a few plants, I'm
The
just.
thing about it is, and to your point, Kim, about the warranty, okay? These plants are nursery grown, they're healthy plants, they're disease-free 99.9% of the time. The biggest problem with plants surviving is wrong plant in the wrong soil or water and light conditions. If they're planted correctly, the right depth and such, their probability of survival is extremely high. So if we're controlling the conditions, we're putting the plants in correctly, we've got the right plants selected, and we got the right amount of water and light for them, if we lose one out of all these, I would be surprised, to be honest. So, I don't know that the warranty is such a factor that it would.
Usually if we are purchasing them separately, you can get a warranty from
Sometimes, depends on the nursery, but.
Yeah.
the nursery.
But,
Well, my point being, I'm just trying every way we can, because we're spitting money out. Every government in the world spits money out, and if there's a way that we can save 15,000, cut that cost in half, and I'm sure that we've got kids that wouldn't mind coming out here and volunteering to do stuff. We got people in these community service.
So you're talking about just taking out the labor cost?
I'm saying taking out the labor costs and putting it in phases, and let's eat the elephant one bite at a time. We got 5 bites at it.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We do this over time, and we get volunteers to do it on piecemeal, and we certainly have the ability through trailers and volunteers that are looking for volunteer hours or whatever it is. If you just,
It's still gonna cost with materials and plants and stuff around $20,000.
But that's
Not-
15,
I
but
know,
that's
I know.
50%.
well,
Listen, I am just putting it out there. I don't care what we do, quite honestly, but what I don't want to hear is it's Sorry, guys. It's too much on staff. Staff doesn't want to organize it. Hold on. I understand that, but we're all saying, yeah, it sounds great. But then somebody's going to say, well, we need volunteers. Staff go out and figure out volunteers.
No,
Okay, so who's going to get volunteers? You're going to,
me and I will.
okay, so you guys are going to get the volunteers. You guys are going to go pick everything up. You guys are going to dig everything out. You guys are going to pull up all the irrigation. You guys are going to pull up all the wires. You're going to do all this stuff. Okay, cool.
That's why we're doing it in phases, so that it's not a
Cool.
monumentous task.
Okay, then I legitimately don't want to hear about this again. I'm tired of talking about plants.
I want to say one thing, in Andy's support, in my community, we planted 2 large areas.
He said he'd get out there and dig some holes too.
Yeah.
I just heard that.
Yes, I'll be here. They put 2 large areas with no irrigation. And the secret is, he says, you plant them correctly, you made sure they're in there and well watered, and go on. We only, out of 50-some plants, we lost 3.
There you go.
Okay, cool. So you guys.
So
you
no
guys
action on this,
are-
correct?
No?
I will have to come back to find a revenue source for this project as well.
Just
so you
make
know.
sure Kim's not here when you do that.
I don't want to talk about plants anymore.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even want to talk about it Park Second Greenway.
All right, so we move forward. Thank you. Next up, we have discussion, consideration of roundabout camera system and enter agreement with Security 101 not to exceed.
$17,500 is absolutely ridiculous. Can we not just get some deer cams and throw them up there?
Let me ask you, why are we all of a sudden in charge of streets and
We're
throwing
not,
cameras up?
we're
there?
not.
This is
Andy wants to look at our roundabouts to make sure if somebody drives through them,
And
that
I'm
we
not
can
willing
find
to,
them.
and I'm not willing to spend $17,500, so
I did ask him for a revised quote based on Wi-Fi battery powered instead of running lines. He has not gotten back to me on that yet, so.
I mean, deer cams. I mean, my friends have deer cams up in the mountains. I can log on my thing.
There would be,
and-
if you did that, so much would be, it would eventually fill because of all the movement in there, because it's designed, deer cams are designed to hold all that information, and
So-
it only holds so
just-
much.
All right, well, let us know when they come back for the
yeah, let's
wireless
just table
shit.
this till we get an updated quote on the other.
Turkeys, maybe. There's a lot of turkeys.
Okay, so you're gonna go back, we
Yes,
can
until
move
we
forward
get-
on that.
Yeah, Christina's
another-
finding out the Wi-Fi stuff.
More information on the wireless option.
No, Christina
Tabling
said
it. They're
she's looking
tabling it.
at it. There's no motion.
All right. So next up, I'm going to have discussion of new playground equipment for Marvin Eford Park, and I'm going to ask that I be excused for just a few minutes, but go ahead and
You don't
continue.
get a vote anyway, it's fine, go ahead.
So before Derek starts, I just want to go over a couple of things. We are still looking into the requirements from a bidding standpoint. There may be some restrictions that we have to work around. I'm just letting you guys know that in advance. He's presented a couple of different options for y'all just for conceptual. And so we want to go through these, and I'll let him do that in just a second. And then we also want to discuss timeline.
All right, so as Christina said, these are really just conceptual. These are 2 companies that I have established relationships with over the past few years and have looked at some of their products in and around various communities. I did have a 3rd company that I wanted to get a conceptual from, but they weren't able to provide it in time for this meeting. It would probably come in similar to the option 1 that's provided by Burke. If you remember back to the retreat last year, the company that built the playground at the park in Blowing Rock, they are the 2nd option that's presented. They're going to come in a little bit higher in price, but that's based on some of the materials they use and the methods that they use. Burke is a little more affordable. Conceptually, this quote that they've provided would be within our budget and would include soft surfacing. The one for Carolina Parks and Play would not include soft surfacing, which I'm not opposed to keeping the engineered wood fiber if the drainage issues were addressed, and their quote would address that and keep us within our budget. I did ask for can we take these designs and tweak them and flex them and, you know, add and delete? And they said absolutely. And actually Carolina is working on some modifications. I'm trying to pack in a little more meat per se in the main structure. If you look at that sort of last aerial, there's like a log that you just walk on, and to me that's wasted space. I want to see more play structure in that area. I don't want the ropes or nets. I want nothing that moves, just from a maintenance standpoint. I want, you know, bridges and stairs and slides and climbers and those type of things, but I want to do away with the whole ropes and nets thing. I know they promise you that they're going to last 20 years, and if anything was to happen, they'll replace them, but I just want to clear that out. So just want to get some direction from you all on, you know, which designs you like, you don't like, tweaks you might want to see happen. You know, Burke obviously has the little more color in there. You know, you might not like the color. You might want to see more of a faux wood, rustic look. And then, did you mention the timing, Christina?
I did not.
Okay. So construction would likely be anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. They tell you 4 just for weather, safety issues. Materials could be anywhere from 2 to 3 months right now. It just depends. So I was thinking, do we push this back to the winter when the park is not as popular, and potentially have to close the playground down for a month? Do we look at a cold month in the winter, give ourselves a little more time to sift through some of these conceptuals, do some feedback? I'm pretty sure Christina's going to have to write a major proposal plan with this price point, but she's still looking into that.
Yeah, this is one of the weird ones where the threshold potentially is going to reach the point of having to go out for bids unless we do something under the state contract. We've looked at some of the projects that are under the state contract. That's going to limit the amount, or limit basically your supplier. So it will limit whatever you choose if that's the case.
So, for
I
Burke,
just have a question. Derek, the current playground, looks like it belongs and it fits with the, all the wood and the tree trunks. And I mean, it's just a beautiful thing to look at. It looks solid. When you're looking at these, they look like it's not as maybe substantial, or it doesn't look like some of these have the kind of the same feeling as the one that is there now. But I do understand, when you get wood, there's going to be issues with, dry rot and such like that. I'm looking at the very last picture or concept that looks like it's laid out with this sort of rock. It's like, this is the one made by Carolina. So if you look at all the way down to the last one, it shows 2 sets of swings, shows some sort of spider webbing netting. I don't know if that's the ropes that you're referring to.
Yeah,
that actually looks like a very nice thing that would fit. And I don't know is that real rock? I mean, is that rock, or is that a faux rock, or?
Right.
It's fake, but they have a very extensive method that they use to put these elastic, almost like a Play-Doh mold over a real rock and pull it off. And I can show you a video on it, at some other time. But it's a very natural looking form that they make, but it is man-made.
When you're looking at what's there now, and to think that, I guess, whatever that was, 80 to 90,000 to put together, and then you're looking at now 300,000, it's like, wow, okay. But you're looking at, you try and ask yourself, okay, what am I getting for 300,000? And it's sort of like, well, if you look at this one that's in place with the bedding and everything, not that one, I see the one you're looking at that I'm getting on my screen. It's the one that's the last page that shows two sets of swings.
This one here, Derek.
I'm trying.
Do you know what? You see the one I'm talking about? Go all the way down to the bottom. That one, yes. I mean, that looks like, if I'm just saying in terms of money, that looks like 300,000 worth, I guess, if that's what it costs today. It looks like it would fill in almost exactly the footprint. It looks exotic. Looks like it's, it'd be a good replacement. What is the cost of that one? Because I was trying to look for the price on that.
Because it's not in the packet.
Yeah, and I apologize. His
Okay.
quotes came in separate emails, and I did request some tweaks on this one that he's working on with his engineer.
I mean, this looks.
He's
like
under
a
budget.
Suitable replacement. That's what.
Yeah, he's under our budget with his initial.
So let me just,
How much is it?
let me just say, this conversation is really for conceptual ideas. We started the plan with the vendors to say, hey, our budget is around 300,000. What can you do within that threshold? So we don't have exact numbers right now today because we really weren't planning on taking an action on this. We're really just trying to get a feel for what you guys like in terms of aesthetics.
280,
280, okay.
the way it exists. That's equipment, plastic borders, installation, engineered wood fiber, freight. and-
So if we go up to the first one, that total price is $100,000 until you start adding all of this other shit on there. And quite honestly, going in and saying, well, my budget's 300, I mean, they're gonna fluff that up to make sure that they get close to that number. Like, I mean,
I didn't tell him our budget just for that reason.
oh, well, Christina just said you did,
Uh,
so.
I mean, I gave him an area that we kind of wanted to land in, but.
Okay, well, because I mean, I think a lot of this, I mean, $10,000 here, $5,000 there, $30,000 there, $50,000 there. I mean, to me, I don't know. I just, conceptually, they're both fine. But conceptually, I can sit here and say that it looks fine all day long. But I feel like this is stuff that we've looked at last year at the retreat when you had them up on the big board.
Well, I have to agree with Bob. Aesthetically, I don't like the first option at all. It does not fit our park. Our park is more natural. Aesthetically, I like the second option, just because it fits our park better. All these bright colors and the plastics and that kind of stuff may fit a city park, but this is not a city park. This is our village park, which I just.
Yeah, that one belongs in like Blakeney.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the cost, I'm just looking at aesthetics here. I like the section option much better just for the aesthetics. I think it looks closer to what.
Well, colors can
park.
be changed, so if that's, give me that direction, let me go talk to that person and say, hey, they like this, look, but we want to change the
still doesn't
color.
I think what he's saying is when you look at the actual materials and how it's made versus
Right,
the
that's
wood
different.
and you can
Yes.
get, by the way, we've been converting the wood stuff to the stuff that never goes bad. You never have to paint and can make it look rustic or whatever. But I'd be more interested in maybe in some way, to Kim's point, where you start out at the lower number and then find those companies that can add on and create different things based on, what we're trying to create and what's being asked for. Are there ways to add on, subtract, or are they just going in the whole area that we have and trying to use up as much as they can versus, I don't know what the terminology would be, if they could add, replace, or add-on type stuff. It looks like a lot of this, okay, you just want this, you'll get this, but if you want to add on this is another cost. And we sort of piecemeal it, but and the other thing I'd like to see is a place I could go and actually look at it, maybe some of the recommendations, because I'm a visual person that sees something and looking at this
Yeah, I mean, this is a big
cartoon
expenditure.
to
So-
me.
Yeah, this is
Can-
a lot of money. I'd like to look at it too. It's like a house. I mean, we're purchasing a house here. I mean, it's $300,000 is, and you wouldn't buy a house without looking at it. So I think I have to agree with Joe on that. I want to see something up front.
Can we, I guess, can we agree on the timeline so that we could kind of figure out what we're going to do at a staff level, project out the scheduling? Are you guys okay with waiting until fall, winter?
Yeah, I mean, because for his reason alone is just, shutting down the park during peak use time, I think is not in the best interest of the community. I think they want to use the park, so have it done when it's
Winter time.
wintertime, when it's low usage, and be ready for the next season.
So that'll prepare us enough time to get some more scheduling in place where he can get some good conceptuals, some numbers with the conceptuals, get a list of other areas that have these same exact ones that we're going to look at, and y'all can take field trip and check them out. Does that sound like a plan? Is that,
That's fine. If we have to go out to bid with this price threshold, is that going to force us into a certain vendor? Because I don't want us to go visit vendor A and B, and then the quotes come back and we have to go with vendor C, and we haven't.
yeah, I can't answer that question right now, unfortunately.
I have
Okay.
one. You said basically you don't intend to have any bridges, swinging bridges between some of the structures?
It would be my preference that I don't have any moving parts, ropes, chains, nets. I want everything solid.
I just know the kids like the swinging bridge.
Yeah, and
The noise it makes and the movement and stuff.
Yeah.
it's maintenance, but it's something that we have to
It's
consider
something,
as
I
a
mean,
maintenance
again, we need
forward
to think
cost if
about
we're
you
gonna do
also.
ropes.
I understand that you really don't like walking across it and playing.
The point is for the kids to enjoy, but I do see the maintenance aspect of it, so we have to consider putting a maintenance budget together for this. If we do ropes, and we know we're gonna have them, then we know that we're gonna have to replace them after a certain point to keep them safe.
So of these, of these two, you like the look of the second one better?
That,
Is that what I'm hearing?
If I had a choice, and those were my only choices, yes. But I think there's still other things out there that might be
Well, your
a better look.
Your first company, I mean, they just threw a picture together and put it in there. I'm sure they haven't come out to take a look at what our,
She has. She's
She
been out
has?
there, and
Alright.
she's coming back out Tuesday to meet with me just to look at other options and tweaks that I want to make. I mean, they do it in a fast way, right? They take a measurement, they throw it in the computer, and they see which playgrounds in their system, will fit in that space and meet the safety
because
requirements.
they do have a pretty good palette of colors and schemes and stuff here, so I'm sure if she went back to her drawing board, and because I am looking at it from a cost standpoint, you got something that's $200,000 more than something else. And I think if you pushed her to go back to the drawing board and see what she can come that fits out there, and then we can compare apples to apples.
Yeah.
And if she can't, then let's go to option 2.
And just a comment for us as we're, preparing for these meetings and stuff, if you know of a location that they may be at right now that we could go visit, and we can do that before we get to the meeting, to me, that would be helpful, but, yeah, other than that, if I were to choose, it'd be the second one. I think it's more in line with what we have, but there's just too many questions right now, I think.
So I think we have our direction. Derek, you and I can get together and come up with a schedule of how we're going to present this all to you all.
Okay? Any other questions? All right, moving on. Update on Marvin Eaton Park Garage Edition.
Try this again. For the garage addition, I sent out a request for proposals, and that's in the process. I gave them a bid return date of March 15th. And I did just want to throw something out there and just get some quick feedback. I had a discussion with one contractor yesterday, and he said that if we're looking to add 2 bays, we're going to get into taking down some trees and addressing some drainage areas. Would we not be open to a separate 2-bay facility, basically with a 90-degree turn from the existing one? And I said, well, it's funny you mentioned that. I think that had actually come up in years past. So I may need to go back to the drawing board and resubmit the bid if it's going to be just as cheap to, if not cheaper, to build a separate freestanding facility.
So Derek, we can address that when those bids come in. Those bids are
Yeah.
due on March 15th. They're actually located on our website if anyone has any people that they know that may want to bid on this project. And if that comes in at a rate that's higher than what we had budgeted, we can look at that option at that time.
And when we're, I don't want to get too far in the weeds with this, but when we're looking at this, and I'm going to defer to Andy, are there not places that we can put that comes in and just drops one in, bam, done? Or are we looking at, someone's going to stand out there with hammer and nails and put one together? Or are one of our alternatives to go look at a system somewhere that I see them all the time that has 2 bays and whatever, and you put it in there?
Well, this is a structure. This is a building that we're
I get
looking
it.
at adding onto, which would be a concrete floor, which you can't just bring in and drop it. It's going to be a concrete floor that'll support the weight of a vehicle to pull in through a bay door. So,
Totally got it.
I think one thing that we should consider on this as we're doing this is, do we, the 2 different options as far as the expansion. One would be to put 2 bays to one side, or the other would be a bay on each side of the existing building, just in light of tree removal and grading and such. So just those 2 different options. I'm not opposed to a freestanding building, but what that's going to require is moving power over to a freestanding building. There's a lot of extras that go into building a freestanding building versus just cutting a couple trees. We know we're going to have to do grading no matter what, because you've got to put a concrete slab. So, I mean, so those are just some things that I would throw out there just for that. But I agree with Christina. We've got bids due on the 15th, and we aren't going to really know a whole lot until those come in, so.
I kind of tend to agree with Andy. I mean, it may sound better, but when you start having to run separate electric, finding the area to just add on, and to his point, but I mean, we said 1 additional, but we're going 2 because we know we're going to grow, but let's look 20 years down the road. Or, that's probably the time where we find another location so we don't have to eliminate more trees or see where we're at once maybe if this amphitheater comes through, where we would have different locations for different items that we need to store, so. So what we're basically waiting on is a proposal
Yes.
that's due in March.
Yeah, March 15th.
Okay.
To
And
get bids.
they are definitely, it's a 2-bay addition, but not to what you said, 1 on side and 1 on the other, right?
Well, like I said, there's options that could be presented to do it in different ways. That's why I'm saying, you could do 1 on either side, 2 on one side, or there is the third option of a freestanding, but those are.
Or another option would be tandem. Can we move potentially back and make it deeper versus expanding it? I don't know the answer to
No,
that.
because these need to be bays that are accessible, so you're not stacking things, so you have
But
to
you
move
can,
things
if
in
you
and
made
out.
it tandem, you can actually put a garage door on the other side and have access to come in from both sides.
So we didn't provide any of that level of specificity in the request for bids, so
I'm talking high level here,
Yeah.
just as far as expanding and how you can do it. Yes, you can go out. Yes, you can go out one way. You can go out both ways, but you can also go possibly go depth.
Whoever's going to look at this and bid on this is going to come out and survey the site. So getting feedback from whoever the contractors are as to what they can do and what's going to be the most cost-effective.
So we'll summarize the bids when they come in, just as we have with the landscaping quote. Just know that there's going to be some potential variety or potential options that you may want to go back and rebid certain things, so
But
just
in
keep that in
general, are
mind.
you asking for us to get our head around $30,000 is what we're projecting based on
It's going
what?
to be over that, so they can't do it administratively over 30,000. They can do it, so they need our approval over 30,000, which it will be.
We're not asking for anything tonight, or today, we're just letting you know that it's out there. The bids will come back on the 15th. You'll have another proposal package put before you, and then we can discuss it further from there.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
Next.
Anything else?
Next.
Next up, we have discuss and consider waiving 3 bid requirement and entering contract with Union Environmental and Site Services for construction of ADA sidewalk and ramp at Marvin Gardens Pocket Park.
That's me. I am requesting action on this tonight. Today, we did actually already approve this about 2 months ago with McConnell for the ADA sidewalk at Publix Park. That vendor has completely gone silent, not responded to any calls, emails to myself or our engineer. So this proposal before you is for the same exact amount that you've already approved. It's just a different vendor for the same service.
So we haven't used them before, or it's
We
just
have.
a recommended?
Yeah. This, and I will say the per unit cost for things are slightly higher than the previous bid, but it's still within the scope of what y'all originally approved. We had just built in some contingency, whereas I'm not building any in here, unfortunately.
And real quick, this company, they've been around a while?
We've used them several times. We
Okay.
use them for a lot of stuff. And I will, again, remind you that I do have to come back before you for a budget amendment on this as well, because we did not budget this.
So this is a two-part.
Yeah, the second part will come at a later date.
Any questions? The action item would be to,
We need to make a motion on this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that I've put a motion in here.
Then I would like to make a motion to waive the 3 bid requirement and enter a contract with Union Environmental and Site Solutions for construction of ADA sidewalk and ramp at Marvin Gardens Pocket Park and allow the manager to execute agreement.
further discussion. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have discuss and consider appointing Councilman Jamie Lyon and Mayor Joe Polino as Marvin delegates and alternate delegate, as Marvin's delegate, and alternate representatives to CRTPO. Basically, this. Okay. Make that happen. We've already discussed it a little bit, or we thought we had that in place and it wasn't. So thank you for that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have discussion update of ARPA funds and remaining allocations. Jill?
All right, so you guys do have a handout. No. So this is the handout you're looking for. It's got lots of color. It's easy to find. Basically, just want to show you, remind you, I guess, what the original authorizations were when this money was awarded. Then in the next column, you'll see an amended authorization. That was when they kind of loosened the restrictions and the holds on what this money could be used for. It gave us a little bit more freedom to reallocate, so we did that in April of 2022 through an ordinance that you all adopted. You can see the amount was just over 1 million, 1.06. And in fiscal year 21 to 22, we spent 435,000 of that. So far in fiscal year 22 to 23, we have spent approximately 145. We do anticipate spending the 111 that is in this fiscal year that's allotted towards the roundabout. And there'll be some additional software that is paid in this fiscal year. The total spent to date of the COVID money that we got is $580,000. You can see some of these categories have been wiped out, like the premium pay. The money that we allocated for public health response and water sewer infrastructure, those have been wiped out. So we also have encumbered $487,000 of the remaining funds. And all that means is that this money is already earmarked for various things. And you can kind of see what the encumbrances are down below. We have put this money towards paying for the deputies that we've been hiring at that intersection, also towards covering some of our technology needs for the next couple of years, as well as the park, that's the playground, correct? The 300,000, yeah. As well as the playgrounds that you were just looking at. So we don't really have a buffer beyond that. As you can see, the remaining unallocated balance is less than 10,000. I prefer to pretend that money doesn't exist because we may have underestimated some costs. You can see in red, I've got a little asterisk at the bottom that we're already trending a little bit higher than we had estimated for off-duty deputies and also for the other category due to some additional AV needs and some increases in some of our technology. So the money's there, it's being spent wisely, it's being tracked, but it's really not a pot that we can dip into for anything else that we haven't already allocated here. Does anyone have any questions about?
But at the end of the day, we will use I'd rather use $909,200 than leave $9,000 on the table.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to spend every penny.
Okay.
I just don't want to allocate the remaining 9,000 to anything else yet because I don't know what I'm going to need it for. But I will find a way to spend it.
When is our date to spend this money?
Is it 2024?
I think it's 24 or 26. We'll look into it. We're well within
Okay,
the
so
threshold,
we've got
yeah.
plenty of time to
Yeah.
figure out where we're gonna spend that last $9,000 is what I'm saying. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm with Jill on this. I think that, yeah, we leave that buffer until we have everything finalized, since we have plenty of time, and then spend out whatever's left.
So the amount real quick, the 369, 426, majority of that would be estimated 300,000 for the park equipment. Okay, so if we could potentially see that less if we get which will allow more on the back end to spend possibly, if we were a little more.
Or do we keep that 300,000 with the parks, regardless of what we spend on the equipment? I mean.
Or go to park equipment. I'm fine with, I agree. I mean, we're already in it. We're spending it. We've spent a good portion of it, and let's continue. And I like leaving a little bit on the outside. So, any other questions? You need any action for this, or is this just a
No
heads up?
action, just an update for you all.
Okay. Without any questions, I'll move forward. Discussion of general obligation bond impacts.
So that's going to be me, and this is going to be a pretty big discussion if you guys are ready to sit down and talk about this. I'm actually going to read my memo just in case you all didn't have a chance to read it. At the 12/5/22 work session, you all decided to propose this referendum be on the 24 elections. This gives us more time to study the impact and look at the total project cost with associated improvements. Inside of your agenda pack, you did see the AMT list that was approved. This has the Village of Marvin total cost and the state roads cost, as well as private roads, if we're willing to go over the private roads, if the HOAs are willing to turn those over. Within the agenda packs, you also saw the interactive maps that showed you what it would cost to, I say maps, Excel spreadsheets, if we were to add bike lanes, sidewalks, curb and gutter, and all that stuff. So we'll sit down today and go over what specific roads from the state level you all want to look at taking over. That would give us a total cost of what we are looking at for the GO bonds. I did want to make it, to make a note that you should keep in mind the negative implications, that if a project is put on the referendum and it fails, how that would appear from the perception standpoint, i.e. if we put on the Waxhaw Marvin Bonds Grove intersection in the lump sum of the GO bonds and the GO bond referendum actually gets denied, we would still have to pay for it, but what that perception would look like. We could separate the projects into different referendum questions, i.e. Taking over state roads X, Y, and Z as one question, and then the second question being the specific Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin. So I'm just letting you all know that. It's not to say you can't still fund it, it just, what the implications would look like if that happens.
And I'd just like to make a note for council. I attended the county commissioners meeting, and, you know, it all looks good on paper. They're cutting costs and revenues, which would affect each individual who has water and sewer at their house by approximately $1.80 a month. But that said, is going forward, I think they clearly said that anything that they expansion is they're going to be asking for referendums to approve any new facility in there. So we could likely see our community, because we're part of Union County, be referendum out, meaning that we're tired of all these referendums that come up as we need them. And sometimes they get approved if it's a school bond, but something like this, it's poor planning on, in my view, the county's thing, and it's also not being held accountable. They don't want to be able to say, anyone point at them and saying, well, you guys did this, you voted on it. They want the community to vote on it rather than, and that's what they said in the meeting, rather than the 5 individuals. To some extent, this is what we are asking for, but just that risk of it being, the community being tired of seeing all these referendums, because they're going to come from the county level and they potentially come from the Village of Marvin if we move forward with this.
So I will go over the tentative schedule real fast, because I did revise that and it's in your agenda packet. So at the January work session, we were going to initially cover everything that we're doing today, which are to assess the roads and decide what amenities we're going to add on. We're going to potentially calculate, while you guys are chatting, what the total cost of these projects are based on the roads you select and the amenities you select. And then we would hope to discuss some level of marketing and public input that's desired from you all in this process. And then any type of legislative assistance if you are wanting to go to the legislators to ask for assistance in trying to come up with a deal that we could work out with NCDOT. As you're all aware, NCDOT is not able to make any agreements with us beyond a year. So if y'all want to pursue that at a legislative level, we can discuss that as well. We'll also discuss in a subsequent item the tax analysis work from the consultant that we're looking at hiring, and then we will discuss potential scheduling for legislative assistance if that's the route that you decide to go down. In the months to come, particularly in the summertime, we'll look at various work sessions with our financial advisors to determine what tax impact we would have in relation to the number of projects that we select and how that looks for taxpayers. We would also look to enter a bond cancel agreement in the July timeframe, and I know you had some questions about that I'll answer in just a second. We would look to do our pre-application with the LGC around the fall of this year, and then we would also look to hire some type of consultant to do our communication pieces for us. The other discussions that I wanted to get with you all and getting clarification, the January, the presidential preference municipal primary elections is on March 21st, and then the municipal general is on April 27th. So our calendar will be dictated a little bit about what elections y'all wanted to go for, the March or the April. Are there any questions on any of that?
What, is it the people who vote, or do they take the people who vote yes against our population? I mean, it's ones that vote, right? If there's 1,000 people come out, if we get 501, then we win. If we get 499, we lose.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
How does it pass? The people that vote for it
Yes.
or vote against it? Okay.
Majority.
It would be the majority.
Simple majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we'll dive right into the spreadsheets. If you all, we printed these big packets for you. If you all want to flip to the second page where it says Village of Marvin roadway plan, North Carolina States road system. These are the North Carolina DOT road costs. There is one that we have actually updated this chart. It's not on here. It's the time short section, which is $25,000. We'll get to that in just a second. But wanted to look at these roads. You have the costs associated there, starting with Waxhaw Marvin being $468,000. If you can just kind of tell us what roads you are looking to want to take over, and we can just start adding into our list. You want me to just start going down and naming them? Waxhaw Marvin,
I'm sorry?
Waxhaw Marvin, can you just, I guess, can y'all just say yes or no? Or do y'all want to go down the list, or do you want to talk about individual ones? Y'all want to bring them up yourselves? How do y'all want to do this?
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what exactly you're asking. Waxhaw Marvin, you want us to decide, which shows 468,503.
So what I'm asking you all today is what roads do you want to include in the the vote? Like what road, we're looking at taking over roads, North Carolina DOT roads. I need to know what specific roads you want to take over from this list.
Oh, my dear Jesus, God.
No,
Okay, ready?
I'm,
Okay, this
I thought it was
here.
all the roads that
Thi-
we're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about.
Well,
what I
that's what
thought.
we're trying to decide. Do you want to take over Waxhaw Marvin Road? Yes, the answer is yes. That's a check. Royster, yes. Astrid, yes. Smoky Hollow, yes.
Well,
Viking,
Kim,
yes.
hold on a second.
That's what she wants us to do.
That's fine. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this, and we're gonna have to vote on it individually, not just roll down the road and just say, yes, it's good. But either way, I thought this was always intended to be all of the roads.
And if that's the case, that's an easy answer for us.
That
Is
was,
that-
my understanding is that if we were gonna go for the
So-
GO bond, we were gonna go for the whole package.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not slicing out individual roads.
Add to 25.
Right.
Because that was never our intent, because then that looks political, that we're picking and choosing.
Right.
We're
Okay.
looking at all the roads.
So then we're going to give you a total right now, which is,
.5.
well, and we've got to add the 25,000 that you don't see. It's the Tom Short section.
Right.
It's 2.5 plus 25, which is going to be
2.5,
2.565581. So that's just bare minimum on roads. Are there any amenities that you guys want to add on? Bike lanes, sidewalks, curb and gutter, or do you just want to go straight roads?
We have trailers.
Okay?
And and had we not discussed this previously, that if we were gonna go for a GO bond, we were gonna take over all the roads, we were gonna try to, as much of the trail system as we could get out of what we're looking at. But our biggest thing that we were discussing is what the tax implication was going to be to figure out how much money we wanted to go for and how many projects over or above just the roads that we were gonna try to tackle, so.
Yeah, and we definitely need a consultant to do that for us. So we can start with the 2.5, and we can add on other projects like parks and greenways, but the whole question comes back to, do you want to separate those questions in the referendum question itself? Because if I'm asking a voter to approve roads, greenways, a wastewater treatment plant, I'm just saying that for an example, in one question, and we're not separating those questions, if the answer is no, then how do you separate doing trails from the overall question? So my advice would be to figure out roads in general, how much those are going to cost. Ask one question for that. Do you all want to vote to approve all roads, yes or no? Then the second question would be, do you all want to vote to approve trails X, Y, and Z, yes or
Okay,
no?
so you want to segment it down so that they can either vote for or
Yes.
against
The specific projects.
specific, so that they could vote for all of it, or they could just vote for one or two projects out of the
That's
thing.
totally y'all's decision, and you could, it's beneficial either way. I mean, if you feel like the greenways won't get approved without the roads or vice versa, then you may want to lump them together, but it's totally y'all's decision as to how you think that will be politically
There's
received.
less risk in itemizing simply because we're going to spend a substantial amount of money to get it to the process of getting a bond. So I think there's merit in itemizing it so that at least, if they don't want all of it, at least some of it gets approved. So that we haven't wasted the time and effort and money for the GO bond. Because that's always been my biggest hangup about this whole thing, is that we're laying out risk of money that we really don't have to try to get more money to do what we need to do. So that's my 2 cents.
But that said, and as you go, so yeah, approve all, but then maybe check off a few that are just out there. Like if I were to look at one, Bonds Grove Church, N16, are they saying from N16 all the way to where Waxhaw Marvin are, that's gonna be under our umbrella?
It says it on here, it would be Bonds Grove Road from NC 16 to where Waxhaw Marvin Road, just that section.
Which,
And a lot of that area is not even Marvin,
well,
but
all
there's,
of this side of the road is, all the way out to 16.
okay.
It's the other side of the road that is spotty, but this side is all the way.
So is there a consensus from everyone to include all the roads that you see here at 2.5 million, whatever that number was? Is there a consensus on that?
I would say yes. Because, again, you pull one road out,
Right.
you can catch hell.
I just worry about.
I think the general purpose of this anyway is to take over, and let's take them all and get them taken care of.
And that's why we're doing the GO bonds, right? So we can have the money to do all of it. The roads. We can talk about the rest, but the roads.
But there's too much, there's too much at play. I think you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so you can either separate these other things out, or if you lump them in there.
Is there any opposition to not doing, to not doing all the roads? Okay,
And again, this is, all we're looking at is in today's dollars, right? So
Yes.
this could go up too, based on inflation and all that other stuff in a year's time.
yes.
So do we pad this number for inflation?
We can do that in the part of the analysis with the advisor. We can tell him to make some assumptions being whatever inflation increase that we think is going to happen. So we can get him to do that naturally.
I'd hate to commit to a project that we can't afford because we didn't get enough money in the bond.
So the second question I have, is there a consensus to make the questions separate? Do y'all have any feel one way or another?
Opinion of one, just mine is, I think we do. We separate the roads, because the village, we may misread them, whatever, they may be more in favor of a trail system and spending $1 million, $2 million on a trail system rather than to take over roads, and the roads just go back to as we can take them over because that didn't get passed.
If you don't put them all together, roads are never going to pass. Because why in anybody's right mind would anybody from Firethorn vote on roads when their roads have been done? Why would Bob's neighborhood vote to do it? Why would Weddington Chase vote to do it? You've got to lump them together. You've got to give every person in Marvin something in that GO bond that they want passed. Now, there may be multiple things that people want, but otherwise, the roads will never pass.
Good point.
That's an excellent point, Kim.
So I'll change my thought that I would just put it all under one, trails and roads.
Okay.
And I think what we saw was a considerable hike in our,
So we're going to add portions of the Greenway plan to the referendum question. What we'll have to do at a later date is bring that plan before you all and make sure do you want to include all greenways or just certain sections of it? Because that plan was,
I don't know. We need to see what the tax implications are going to be.
okay.
Nobody can answer that question.
And then the next question I have, do you want to include the Bonds Grove Waxhaw into the same question as well?
Yes. I do.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
again, that will give somebody down there, like, that just got their roads done in Providence Estates, they're like, well, shit, we need that roundabout done, so
Okay.
we're gonna vote on that.
Do you want to add any amenities to these state roads at all? Meaning bike lanes, any of that stuff? No? Okay. So what we'll do, we'll come back and, I don't know what that is, Austin, but.
Because you, please, and understand that we're gonna have to have, there's gonna be public meetings on this, and we're gonna have to defend putting it together.
Okay. What we will
I'm
do,
fine with it, but I'm just,
You mean call special meetings for this? And
I'm
I'm
gonna-
okay with that. I just, because.
I don't think we're just gonna put this on the thing to vote
No,
on.
we're
This-
gonna have to hire
we're gonna have-
a marketing firm to
Right.
market the snot out of this to make sure that it passes, which we can fold that cost into the cost of the bond.
Right.
It's all or none. I mean, and then if it doesn't pass, then it all fails. And there's Kim's point, everybody, if you put everything together, everybody has skin in the game.
so at the March or April work session, what we'll end up doing is first trying, if you guys decide to proceed with that contract that's presented after this item, to come back and show you some real live tax implications based off of a few different assumptions. And what they'll do in their financial model is we'll put in the roads, 2.5, whatever it is. We'll put in Waxhaw Marvin. You can literally click, projects on, projects off, and then we'll present to you all the Greenways plan, and we can have all those projects separated in that financial model, and you can pick and choose what projects you like and what you don't like. And with that financial model, we'll have those assumptions like inflation. We'll also have those assumptions with the growth rates as well.
And refresh my memory, if we go ahead and do this and it gets approved, let's say, and the construction for the Bonds Grove roundabout gets delayed 5-10 years and we're not using those funds, we're not pulling from them? They're in a separate drawer, if you will, to pull from, that we would not be taxed or interest would be paid on that?
So we only pull the bond amount when we need it, and First Trying can tell you a little bit more about
Okay.
that.
All right.
But we wouldn't be penalized. And I think Mayor Pro Tem had a question at one point in the retreat about when the bond council would actually when they would actually charge us for that amount. I'm just going to read an email from y'all that I got from Scott Leo, who was Parker Poe, who were the bond council that we used for Village Hall. We typically do it where if bonds are not approved, the way we typically do it is that if bonds were not approved by the voters at the referendum, we will charge the town for the services at an hourly rate for our time expended. That is typically between $7,000 and $10,000. If the bonds are approved, you may choose to add those into that overall bond, in lack of better words. We would negotiate with the town at the time. Current estimate for first sale of bonds is around $45,000, which could be absorbed into that. So leading up to the question itself, it looks like they would charge up to $10,000 roughly. If it's not approved, we would have to pay that out of pocket. If it is approved, then we would just absorb that into the bond.
Okay.
And none of the bond discussions that we're having right now impact anything with our regular resurfacing schedule, because that is all funded by POW bill, and that's where we had projected to continuously pay for that. So none of current village roads are affected by anything that we're discussing today.
Okay, so you need any more direction from us or questions?
Nope, I'm gathering the consensus that you want to have all NCDOT roads. You don't want to add any amenities, bike lane, sidewalks, curb and gutter, any of that stuff right now. You do want to look at adding greenways, and you want to look at that in more detail as to what the tax implications are. You also want to combine all of these projects into one overarching referendum question.
And just to be clear, refresh my memory, that does not include the future Joe Carr, because that's not even on that roundabout at Joe Carr.
It
correct?
does not, no.
But it could.
Exactly, but we don't even have numbers for that yet.
We will by the time that comes around. We can add that in. We can add that project in.
Okay.
We should, because that's
Both ends?
definitely is on
It's
the
more
radar.
Marvin than Bonds
Both
Grove.
ends. Both ends of what?
Joe Carr.
Both ends of Joe Carr?
No, the only one that's on CRTPA's radar is Marvin and Joe Carr.
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
they
add that.
both need to be done, but.
You want me to add both of them?
Yes, please,
Okay.
in my view.
Because if they do one, it's gonna create a heck of a traffic jam on the other end if you don't have something on the other end.
Well, the reality of the financial model is we can put whatever we want to in there, and we can click them on and click them off, and you can see how that impacts your tax rates.
So if we go the route that we're picking everything that's on this list, is DOT gonna let us have them?
I don't know the answer to that question. I will ask them that question, but I would assume yes.
There is zero reason to go out for a bond for all these roads if DOT is not gonna give them up.
They've said they were willing. Now, I don't have anything other than emails, and
Why would DOT not want to?
Because they wanna keep control over connector roads. I mean, we were 100% told that they did not wanna give us the road from this roundabout to that roundabout, because they wanted to be able to control, like, they wanted to
But they
have
said they wanted us to take it all the way to the state line
This-
so that they don't have to pay for the maintenance.
up to this one. They said this road right here, they did not wanna give us. That at some point was said. Now, if they have changed their mind, that is totally fine, and I hope that they have, but I would like to know that before
Okay.
we start messing around with this.
yeah, we can definitely do
Well, I
that.
would have to agree with that, but I would think that DOT certainly would want to get rid of as much maintenance as they possibly could if it's going to be shifted to a municipality.
I'm just saying, I remember conversations that were had in Old Village Hall that they were like, well, we might, but I need a yes or a no.
Well, no, at least a letter of intent to do it, if when we get.
Right. I'm
That's a good
fine with
point.
that.
We can definitely, that's a good point. We'll definitely ask for that. They've said both. She's exactly right. They've said, well, but they've changed leadership, in that time frame, and they've kind of come on the board with yes. So I'll ask them again, and I'll ask for a letter of intent to relinquish those.
I'll go one step further. If we take them over, we want the right of all, putting signs up or whatever.
We get that.
Yeah, we
I
would.
mean,
We will
Okay.
control speed limit, we will control who's allowed on them, those are our roads.
like that one this morning, we
Yeah,
can,
like
we can
that
stop
guy.
him.
That guy,
Yeah.
freaking guy.
Are there any questions on the timeline that you have presented before you at all? And then the last question, do y'all have a preference on the March or April? I mean, you don't have to decide that now, but if you have an overarching preference.
Just think about it.
Okay, I'll bring it back.
Do we want the larger turnout or the smaller turnout?
I think larger.
Then I think the larger would be the presidential.
The March 23rd?
Yeah.
Okay.
From perception, that's going to look better too, because it gives more voice for the village. More people have a voice to say yay or nay. The other thing is I guess it could hurt us, but perception, I think, is going to be better.
Well, if we get a no, then we know where we stand.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
If we get a no, then it's like, okay, sorry, whoever's roads haven't gotten done, that's fine. If you want to continue to complain about the traffic out here, that's fine, but don't come to us about it. We tried to fix it.
Right,
Call the state. Let me know how it works out for you.
yeah, I agree.
I mean,
So the next item, if the next item on the agenda is in relation kind of to this, but it's more of the tax impact financial model. So if y'all don't have any questions about the GEO bond and process, timeline, streets, individual projects, I'm prepared to move forward with the next agenda item.
okay.
All right. Moving on to, that would be discuss and consider approving the work order 3 for First Tryon and cost not to exceed $15,000 to conduct tax projection and funding and analysis of capital projects and/or general obligation projections.
Give him a kick, Kim. Get him through it.
Well, when I shift to this new thing, it's easier. I should just click on it immediately. It'd be easier to read than to pick up where.
So you all met with David Cheatwood, who is our representative with First Tryon we've used in the past for the financing model for Village Hall. He did present the tax impact kind of presentation briefly at the December of '22 meeting where we went over the impact of just the GO bonds. Since then, we actually did not decide to enter into that agreement with him. Since then, we discussed this further at our retreat, and there was some discussion about various projects coming on board, not just roads, but other things like the greenways and police stations, if we ever get into that route, like other various big projects if we were to ever go down that road. Not to say that we will, but we want to see what that impact means to taxpayers as we progress out. We also discussed a lot of major developments that are coming in and that could potentially bring in tax revenues over the course of the next several years. All of that being said, this change order in front of you is for First Tryon to come in and look at some of those major capital projects, make some of those assumptions based on the tax revenues, where we would really get down into the weeds of what developments are coming on board, when we'll start seeing those tax revenues coming in, and how that impacts the overall tax growth over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, and what we would need, if any, from a tax revenue increase standpoint. So what's presented before you all is that financial model for them to come in and actually do that work. We did not budget for this.
Expected to be around 10,000 if I do the numbers?
I'm sorry?
Not to exceed 15.
Not
so
to
just
exceed
in
15.
case, yeah. So
We,
make-
sorry, we did not budget for this, so we will have to come back for a budget amendment if approved.
Make a motion to approve the change order 3 and scope of services as presented and authorize the manager to execute the work order, not to exceed $15,000.
So moved.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on, discuss and consider adoption of safety waiver policy for volunteers.
Has Chaplin approved this?
He wrote it.
So moved.
Aye.
Any discussion from council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Aye.
Next up, review of council meeting minutes.
Okay,
Any
so you-
changes?
I have no changes. You don't even, we're good.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
Less is more.
Anybody comment on either of the two that we had to look at? All right, I'll need or we're going to put that in the consent agenda,
Just
correct?
be on consent at the next
All right,
meeting.
Motion to move that to consent? And don't need a motion, okay. All right, open topics.
We're almost done.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank God.
So moved.
Some food in you, Ms.
So
Kim.
moved.
Make sure it's.
Is it ready?
Yep. Is it ready?
Yes.
All right, need a motion to take a quick break, grab a bite? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bob, you want us to bring you some? Which flavor you want? You want ranch or the fruit one? What would you like?
I probably would like the ranch one because with the airline shipping FedEx, the fruit won't
fruit-
last, so I'll take the
fruit-
ranch.
Fruit might get brown. Okay,
Yes.
all right. It
Thank
should be there
you.
momentarily.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Shot of Christina there.
All right, Bob, are you there?
I'm right here.
Okay. I'd like to reconvene the work session meeting. Next up on the agenda, we had open topics. Do we have any, want to discuss anything in general that wasn't on the agenda?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
So we had talked about possibly doing some sort of loan on the park that we can pull from, like if we see land and we're like, oh my gosh, that would be amazing, like we should buy that. We had talked about talking about it, so I don't know if we want to talk about it now, if we want to put it on the agenda to talk about. But it would probably be something good to have some cash on hand in case some of these opportunities come up as we're looking to, you know, possibly do some land acquisitions.
You're talking about getting like a pre-authorization
Like a home
from the
equity
league
line.
or whatever?
No, have like the cash that we can pull from it when we need it. Because like if we have to, if a parcel comes up for sale and it's like dirt cheap and we're like, oh my gosh, we gotta do it. In order for us to go out and get approval to get a loan, it's gonna take us like 2 or 3 months or 4 months.
You
And
want us to do
we're gonna
this
miss out on it.
so that we can move
Just pull the
immediately.
trigger. We don't have to, again, I look at it like a home equity line. You don't have to pull from it unless you need it, but it's there, so if you need it, and then you start paying the interest on whatever you pulled from. And then if we need to move money around and do unassigned fund balance, we can, but we at least have it. So
And
we
it
can
wouldn't
pull
cost us money to
do it.
have
I mean,
that.
that's my thought, but I don't know how that works.
So what, I'll just give you a little bit of background information. What she's referring to is if we were to go out today, if a parcel became identified as something you all were interested in, we would have to get LGC approval to get the financing to pay for that. So by the time that happened, it would likely be sold in today's market is kind of what she's preempting. So the purpose would be to obtain financing for our current assets, sit on them, and wait until something comes up. If y'all see something, you'll have the money on hand. You won't have to go back through the LGC approval because you will pay cash for it, is essentially.
Is there any different processes that we need to go through? Because I know there's a process to go get a loan on this building. We went through this whole thing, but is this a whole different avenue? We take it with a bank, or we just put it out to multiple banks, say, hey, we have this property we own free and clear. We're looking to get essentially a government/home equity.
We would likely go through First Tryon to negotiate rates for us and just go out, just go with the lowest. So we would do the same thing. It would be just basically like a bid process with the banks, but we would have to,
Just have it on hand just in case.
we would still have to get the LGC approval.
Listen, I'm a big fan of it, especially now since the county is doing their best to devalue land. And who knows if land comes up and we want to be able to be nimble enough to pull the trigger on it if land becomes available.
I think it's a great idea. I'm curious to see what it would take and what the cost would be involved in it. Because obviously if we involve First Tryon, they're gonna charge us to represent us in this, so.
But I would like to put some stipulations on it that if we were to go down that route, that it would only be earmarked for land acquisitions. No, oh, we need money over here, let's pull from it. That's where you get into trouble from
So essentially how you would do it is you would obtain the financing, you would find out what the loan payment would be, you would absorb that loan payment into your operating budget, and you would put that money that you receive into a capital projects fund for land acquisition, so it's earmarked for that purpose.
Yeah, but that's, I just want to make it clear, that's what, I'd be all in favor of this, just to make sure. But if we come into a situation that, oh, we're short on the roundabout and the overflow or whatever,
Okay.
I'm not necessarily a big fan of going in. That's how we got in trouble with our federal and Social Security, quite frankly.
So if there's a consensus on that, I can definitely do some work and ask First Tryon, how much they would charge to,
So you don't, well, obviously, doesn't require a motion. Just in general, I'd say we,
Yeah.
I'm hearing, because I don't hear any negatives to it, that we at least look into it.
okay.
All right. Anyone? Go ahead.
As long as we're not charged for not using it, we're not charged interest for, it should just be, it sits there.
Yeah, but there'd be some fee from Tryon to go out and do that, right? Because they're putting hours towards it, correct?
So, they would likely charge us for going through the bid process. I don't know how much.
So let's put that on the next work session agenda to be.
We can, but we would be paying interest on that money, just so you know. It's just like a loan.
So it wouldn't be like a home equity line?
If we use it. We can ask them if they can do it.
If you use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I have a home equity line, I haven't pulled from it, it's just sitting there, but if I'm like, shit, my roof just blew off my house, I need $50,000, I don't have that in cash, so I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna pull from the
Yeah.
home equity line, then I start paying interest on it. If it's just me taking out a loan, and it's just sitting in an account,
I don't
and
wanna
paying
do that.
interest on it, I don't wanna do that.
Okay, we'll ask them.
I
Yeah.
just don't know what the option is.
That's what I'm saying. There would be
Yeah.
two different things. One, you're usually going after is a process in government to go after to do a building like this because you need the cash. This is something we're saying, we're putting a little bit of powder in the keg, or
Okay.
is it, what do you call it? Powder?
Yeah, I'll
in
put that on the next work session.
Little gunpowder, keeping the powder dry. Let's call that. Any other open topics? I do have one, and this came from the meeting where the people that were newly elected officials were at. I happened to talk to Mark Brody, who is the kind of counterpart, I think, for Anson County, kind of like the Todd Johnson is to us. And he had said he ran this thing through it got shot down at the Senate level, but it was about annexation. And hear me out real quick, because I think this is a great idea. His suggestion was in this process of going to annexation in all those areas we can't capture and I'd like to get your opinion on if we start pursuing this with Todd and/or Mark, since he's already done this, but the bottom line is that we ask the state to go back to forced annexation. And here's the caveat. The way it gets annexed, say there are truly Walden Pond, it's surrounded by Marvin, okay? Those would be easy ones, and this neighborhood over here and everything that touches. Any donut hole that truly surrounded by Marvin would be a potential. The outliers would, I guess, be negotiated. That said, back to forced annexation with the caveat that the homeowner does not pay a dime in taxes until the house is sold. And once the house is sold, that comes into would come into that municipality's domain, and they would start collecting taxes. So it's a way to creep and eventually get all those homes as they're sold. Any transfer of the deed is what we would recommend, because it's the same, it can't be for anyone who's living there now, but they go to sell it, that buyer is paying the same taxes that everyone else is in the community. So, yeah.
So you say they won't pay taxes, but are they officially annexed where they have a vote and just don't pay taxes until the house is sold? Or do they just not officially annex until the house is sold?
It's a good question, and I don't know what the law read, but that would be something until they are able to turn that house over, that gives them the right to vote. So that household could vote if they were paying taxes. If they're not paying taxes, again, so they could do it voluntarily still, but if they sell the house, that means a new person comes in, that person would automatically be part of Marvin. So you would have blotches of things, and this is, again, done at the state level. I see no real disadvantage other than the neighborhood. How do you deal with the roads that we are trying to take over? And if only 3 homes out of that neighborhood have just been sold, I would say until either and that would maybe be something for us, but we don't take over those roads until, if it's behind a gate, it's a moot point. But if it's a road, maybe 80% or whatever of that neighborhood is owned, we would consider it, or I'm not sure what the details of that would be.
We have a current road acceptance policy, that it's X% of the neighborhood is either complete or in Marvin, then we take it over, correct?
Okay. And if that's the case, so be it. But my thought is, there's no downside to existing people we're going to want to push back, obviously, because they don't want to pay a tax if they don't have to. But this gets everybody in the game eventually. It may take 20 years, but any change, and I would push for any change of the deed, because you could see families passing down their house to a kid. But bottom line is, they're going to have to start paying Marvin taxes, and it's not a lot. But if that's something that we are interested in as a group, I'll certainly reach out to Mr. Brody and maybe get Todd Johnson and David Willis or anyone to kind of get that back on the books to see if that's something that would be entertained by the state. It's the only way I see going forward to make it easier, where we're not spending a lot of money trying to get individual communities. But that said, I don't have anything else for open topics. Anyone else? All right, moving on to, well, let me just go back. Are you guys okay with I reach out to Mr. Brody on that? Okay. All right. Next up, I have monthly communication review.
Okay, we'll start with the monthly list. It's in your packet. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to see? Anything I might have left off by accident? Pretty standard stuff. We've got some additional stuff in there for Marvin Day. Actually, open it here so I can take a look too. So yeah, we have Marvin Day, Save the Date sponsor, 5K Fun Run registration. We're advertising the community gardens. Other than that, this is pretty standard stuff for the month.
I don't see any changes for me or additions. Anyone else? All right. Sounds like you're on it. Next up, coffee.
Hold on, I got one more thing.
What?
I got one more thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I know we've definitely talked about this issue a lot. Marsh and the Marvin Creek HOA, are working on the tire dump issue. They previously asked us to send out basically send out a message on our residents list to help them recruit volunteers. They sent me that request 2 days ago. I wanted to hold it till today to double check with you all. We previously said we would do this, but I know we've had a lot of discussions since then. But you each should have a copy of the requested message in front of you. So just let me know if you're good with this or if you want to just not touch this.
I personally don't have any problem, because this is more of a public service thing that we're asking for.Ey're asking for volunteers. We're not sponsoring it.
And we even put that on there.
I would add, bring gloves and long sleeve shirts, and be more on just wearing gloves, because
this is exactly what they told us to send, and I just added the disclaimer that this is not a Village of Marvin event. Yeah.
They would be better served to, protective equipment, because you got ticks, you got everything that you could potentially.
I'm still at the stance of we should not touch this with a 10-foot pole. That's me. If you're going to ask me to vote, my vote's no.
Okay.
But that's just me. I'm one vote.
I'm looking at it as a
Joe's not
public
even a vote,
service.
so.
I'm looking at it as a public service.
That's great. Get the EPA to do it.
For the
All right.
rest of council?
The rest of council, you want to go around the room, say if you're for it, just putting it on our website, asking for volunteers through this Marsh group.
I'll start off by saying that I just, I hear you, Mayor, and I hear him, and I'm looking at when this comes out, how would it be perceived by the public? And I know a lot of the public, a lot of Marvin is going to be shocked that this is going on. There's a dump right in the middle of Marvin. Now, they don't know where it is. They don't know who's responsible for it. All they know is we're asking for volunteers because there's a dump that's somewhere there. I'm just kind of concerned about the perception. You know, and my personal opinion about the whole thing is, to Kim's point, this is all having to do with Marvin Creek. It has nothing to do with the village of Marvin. We're trying to be benevolent and try to fix the situation, and that's good. It's just a matter of when this hits the public and they're going to say, what, there's a dump in, we've had this tire dump? Who's been watching? What's going on? That's the only thing I'm concerned of. That's my 2 cents. I'm not giving an answer either way. Without ever fix this a problem, you know, that's all.
Well, and I mean, to Bob's point is someone from Marvin Creek, whether it was their board or their management company, because I couldn't see who it was from, sent out an email to their residents that implied that this was a Marvin thing. And I had friends of mine that live in Marvin Creek. It's like, oh, what are you guys doing? Should we go to this or not? Clearly skewing it that it is a Marvin sanctioned event. Marvin's asking for volunteers. I don't know. Again, I don't think we should touch this with a 10-foot pole. If they're that worried about it and they need an expert to do it, that's not Marvin to help clean it up. That's the EPA. Call them. Call the state.
Well, you've had somebody from Marvin Creek call you. I've had people from other subdivisions ask me what Marvin, this group, was doing to help them. And I said, it's Marvin Creek's. They, buyer beware, you're in the state of North Carolina. They bought property and did not inspect it.
So I would like to make the point and go back to why we are a municipality and what municipalities are pretty much there for. I mean, we even talked about why would you want to become part of Marvin for development maybe right across the street? What services? And we've always said that we're a voice as a community. We are a voice to the county, and we can say, hey, you know, help us out with this, or a voice to the state. All we are doing, in my view, is communicating an issue that Marvin, to your point, Bob, Marvin Creek discovered. We were not aware of it. They discovered it. It is an environmental issue. We are maybe a bigger voice for the community to say, hey, help these guys out. We're not a part of this. If you want it, it's going to be a Marsh issue. It's just helping a community that is part of Marvin, a neighborhood that is part of Marvin, and we're using our mouthpiece, I guess.
So if I have a bunch of trash in my backyard, and I don't really feel like cleaning it up, and people are irritated with me because it's, you know, stinks, then I should come to you guys and say, hey, can you ask for volunteers to come help clean up my yard?
No, that would be an HOA thing. They would come to you and you had a bunch of
Right,
trash in your
exactly. That's
backyard.
an HOA
It
thing.
would,
The HOA should deal with it.
right, so all
Not
this.
Marvin.
you-
Okay,
you're
so
right.
Andy doesn't have an HOA. Andy's got trash in his backyard. People are complaining about it. Andy comes to the village and says, hey, I don't really want to clean it up by myself. Can you ask for volunteers to come clean up my yard?
My thought would be that would be a violation of what Marvin would allow, and we would
Exactly.
send him to go get it.
And that is what we did for Marvin Creek.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, all we're doing is being a mouthpiece and helping them along with it.
But,
It's just the
but
point.
why will you not be a mouthpiece for Andy and help him clean up his yard?
I mean, I would say, well, he as an individual is in violation of it. They don't have a
Okay,
commu-
so
we're trying to
Marvin
attract
Creek is in
municipalities.
violation of it.
I understand
They are
that.
responsible for it,
Listen,
as I
it's
said,
just,
when
it's
it
just
first
my
came up.
opinion. Don't shoot the messenger. it's my opinion.
Okay.
I don't get to vote. You guys vote on it.
And it sets a precedence.
Right.
If we do anything like that, we definitely have need statement down the bottom. This is not us, it is.
I mean,
It says it right there.
But I.
Please note, the Village of
I'm
Marvin
with
is not
him. I don't
sponsoring,
think that we
endorsing,
need
or
to be
anything.
Soliciting volunteers for this.
It's goodwill. That's all it is.
Here's my take on it. Plain and simple. I'd go back to them and say, show me and tell me what you have done to the developers of Marvin Creek. And once you've done that, I will come to the table and have a conversation with you. But until then, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see anything else. They just come to the easiest source that they can come to. And Joe, I was the first to say, what can we do from a goodwill standpoint? But they haven't addressed the issue. The issue is with the developer, why that was there, because those people knew it was there. And now, if we send this out, there is, just like to your point and to Kim's point, people are asking about this as if Marvin allowed that to happen, and now we got to go clean it up. We didn't allow it to happen. That was the developer. I don't disagree with either one of you, but I would just, my 2 cents worth is, go find the developer. You know what, Ben? You got your piece of property down there, and you build all these homes, and then someone goes, oh, well, we got a bunch of trash down here. We got a bunch of old dead mattresses and stuff like that. They need to come to you, not come to us. There's my 2 cents worth. Do an up and down vote.
Okay, I make a motion to not put this out.
You want to deny the
I'm
request?
going to deny I'd like to make a motion to deny the request.
Further discussion. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Once again, the mayor's out on the outside looking in.
They should have let you have a vote. It
I
had been
said
at least
this
one.
when
There
this
you
first
go.
came up. This is
that a
our
unanimous vote? I think-
position is to enforce our ordinances, not
listen.
clean it up.
You don't have to expand. I was just throwing another view that maybe they would suggest that we do, so.
Joe, if you and I were on the HOA, we would go back to the developer and say.
Oh, there's
"Go
no
clean this up."
question. There's no question.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they.
It's just, I'm looking at public service
I
and
know,
a way to
I
help.
agree with, that's what I say, I'm not disagreeing.
It's almost like free advertising.
Milan come here and spoke about it in an open meeting and talked about it. So he was able to.
Okay.
So I just, before you moved on from this topic, I wanted to just point out to you guys, we did put a placeholder in here for press releases and event signage, because we often, get questions, hey, can we get a sign for this, or can you put a FAQ out for this? So we put this in as kind of a placeholder to let you all go through and see if there's anything that you wanted us to put in as an FAQ or any type of signage, just FYI.
Signage for what? Anything?
Anything,
This
coffee
kind of
with
stuff.
cancel, or if there's any type of event that comes up, if you want something ordered, we can put it in there.
Thank you, I forgot to even mention that.
Okay. That would be in communications anyway, so, right? Okay. All right, are we,
Did we at one time say, did a blurb on there somewhere about Coffee with Council, how many people attended? We do that, don't we?
We've been doing that, yeah. I just haven't actually got the update from y'all from the other night, because I was in planning board.
We had 2 people. I'm sorry, Joe and Jamie had 2 people stop by. One was a citizen,
no, he didn't live in Marvin.
no me.
Oh, that was you. You took your hat off.
So you de-annexed.
Yeah, I just de-annexed her. I just de-annexed her.
The 2 people attended, what was talked about?
Well, the other one was a lovely gentleman by the name of
Q.
Q.
He's mine, by the way.
Witten Jones.
I turned it.
Yep.
Did he call you yet? No. Okay.
I gave him the paperwork. Austin got it for me.
Involves an email?
Anyway, he does air duct and dryer vent cleanings. He was a lovely gentleman, and he wanted to stop by and see what was going on in the village. And Joe may have talked him into being a Marvin Day sponsor. So Shout out to Q from the air duct cleaning place.
So, so what was all, that was all the subject matter for the?
I told him, because he was just stopping by, he saw the sign, and it was a way, he's trying to drum up business, he's local, and we gave him some suggestions, but said that we can't necessarily thing. But I said, a good way to get your word and word of mouth out is be a sponsor, and he was considering that, so.
What?
What's the name of the business?
I don't know.
I can find out in a second.
Just curious, because I'm wondering if it's my,
Merton neighbor.
no,
No.
not them.
Nope.
Well, glad that was fruitful.
Yeah, that's the only thing that happened, nothing else.
Who was the other person? You said 2 people attended?
I'm sorry?
Who was the other
Kim was.
Me.
Oh, Kim.
It was a very nice evening to do coffee with council,
With the,
She counts.
with the
Took
rocking
a
chairs.
sip of something?
we nod our head, we cross our arms. Nod our head up and down,
Like the little dog in the back window.
like Bill tells us to do. Okay,
All right,
moving on.
moving on, reports.
Manager's report,
Manager's report, where are we at?
behind the preposition.
I have a lot, sorry. A, the Yellow Jasmine bus stop, DOT has said no. They cannot restrict the bus stop, so we're back to the drawing board at the,
If we get that street, can we do it?
yes.
I saw a bus pulling out of that neighborhood this morning at 8:42 when I was pulling in here. There was a bus pulling out. So I'd like to know if they have changed it.
That middle school, right?
Yeah. That would have been middle school. There was a bus pulling out of that neighborhood. Wrote it down on my thing so I wouldn't forget.
Interesting.
I'll ask them, but do you guys want to just, do y'all want me to bring the non-parking ordinance back, or do you just?
No, I'm done.
We can put that on when we ask for this
Yeah,
passing.
when we get the
can-
road.
We can tell them that if we own the road, we can stop the parking.
Okay. I'll ask about the middle school.
If we're the
Any other
DOT
questions on that?
DOT.
Okay, moving on to unassigned fund balance. Y'all had asked at the retreat to get the number for unassigned and what you were freely able to spend. Rough number is 600,000, but I'm gonna turn it over to Jill to give you a couple. So she'll grab that real fast. We consulted with our auditor to find the number. It was the 600,000. He did have some recommendations in there, but roughly $600,000 is what you'd have to play with
Okay.
to not,
But that's so we don't even, we're not getting anywhere to close to bumping up against whatever number they don't want us to touch.
yes.
Okay.
Yep. Any questions on any of that? The next thing is the Marvin Day fireworks. We did discuss reducing those to create a smaller radius for the fallout zone in the protective area. We did communicate that with our fireworks vendor. He recommends that we reduce it just 1 inch. We had asked him to reduce it to 3 inches. He says he's recommending 4 inches for the simple reason of he wants to have a layered. If you do 3 inches, they're all gonna be in one line. If you do 3, 4, 5, they're all gonna be kind of staggered. So he suggests having some 3s and some 4s, and you can get rid of the 5, but it's not really gonna do a whole lot in terms of the radius, and it's only gonna reduce $400 is what he said.
So what's the sense in doing it then?
Okay.
Yep. 'Cause
Okay.
It's not saving us anything.
Okay, it's fine, it's worded, yeah. Any other questions on that?
Right, right. Don't half-ass.
All right, the next thing is the Tyler Technologies update. As you all know, we've been in this conversion process with our financial software. Jill's been taking over the conversion. There's been a lot of activity, it's a lot of work, and I'll just turn it over to her to give you a quick update.
Okay, so just as a reminder, when Tyler Technologies was first purchased, it was originally intended to be an enterprise-wide solution that across multi-departments here at the village. We started with finance, that one being implemented first. There's a lot of configuration, a lot of setup of the software to make it work for us with our accounts and our ledgers and our expense accounts, revenues, our bank accounts. It's a lot of setup. And then you add payroll and all sorts of other components. Finance is just a big animal, so they always start with that one first. Last fall, when finance was going live and it was sort of wrapping up, we started having strategic planning meetings and implementation and configuration meetings for some of the other departments. And I don't know if y'all were ever updated, but we ultimately, after doing demos and having these strategic meetings, decided that Tyler Technologies was not the best solution for some of the other departments here, like Parks and Rec Planning, Code Enforcement. So we are only going to be moving forward with the finance piece, which is still fine, and we're happy with it. It's a great program. So that's one update. The second update is, it was brought to mine and Christina's attention, I think in November, that there was about 80 or so hours of configuration that did not get completed on time in 2022. The result of that was our specialists that we had allotted to us moved on to another client. So I was basically put in a queue to wait until March for a configuration specialist to become available to help me go back and finish this 80 hours that was not completed and kind of take the project over the finish line. Through some relationship building, some begging, and my proving to Tyler that I am committed to getting this project done and honoring deadlines, they've actually moved us up to end of January, early February. So I did start that process, and I've completed about 30 hours of configuration already, with another 50 or more to go. The goal of all of this is to have it all completed by the end of March. That's like my high goal. And I'm still optimistic I can get it all done. If not, it'll be sometime in April. But the overarching goal is for you all to start receiving monthly treasury reports, timely bank reconciliations, and all of the finance components that you have not been receiving since last summer. But until the configuration is finished, I can't start producing that for you, but that's my goal. So, any other?
So we purchased this program to do all these other things. Are we still are we still paying the same amount of money?
No. So I went back and requested refunds and credits for the other modules that we decided not to move forward with. So we actually cut our Tyler bill in half. And then all of the configuration hours that were allotted for us to configure Parks and Rec and zoning and planning and all that, we were able to utilize what they had originally planned to spend on those modules to allot to me to finish the finance work that didn't get finished. So we got a credit back, and it's cutting our bill in half. Now, there is one more sort of Tyler software-related issue that I just want to put on your radar, which is we did have the glitch. Whenever you're switching from one software to another, sometimes there's some glitches. We did have that glitch where QuickBooks preemptively sent to the IRS our employees' W-2s, but those were obviously incomplete. As you know, they were missing fourth quarter wages. I had to submit corrected W-2s for almost all staff and board members. We are potentially going to receive a penalty of $50 per corrected W-2 that I had to submit. I am going to appeal that. I did find some language that says, if you have a good enough reason for why it happened, you can ask them to waive it. So I plan to ask. It doesn't hurt. But just in case they say no, it could be upwards of $1,500 to $1,800 in fines that we'll have to pay for this glitch. So I might have to come back and shuffle some money around and get your all's approval for that, but just putting it on your radar. That would be a future
How did
need.
it happen?
The easiest answer is to say that when Tyler went live, last September, our old payroll processor, which was QuickBooks, that contract was not terminated. So them believing that they were still our active payroll provider, they continued to do what they do, and they were submitting our tax forms monthly and quarterly and annually on our behalf.
So it wasn't a Tyler Technology flub, it was a Village of Marvin flub?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But on the bright side, the initial charge for Tyler Technologies was expected to be around $55,000 a year, and we've got it down to around $25,000-ish. Is that correct? Roughly?
Well, I think in years where we're doing heavy configuration and training, it's going to be higher, but once the configuration and training is done, then annually it's just the SaaS subscription for the software for the modules, and that's going to be cut in half from $25,000 a year to about $12,500.
Okay, cool, good.
Okay.
Moving on. And now on to the main event.
So,
What we're all here for today, the main event.
so the next item is the county water and sewer update. As you all know, the county considered a proposal for the Heritage District at their February 20th meeting, which was earlier this week. And they subsequently denied the proposal, which Ben's here today. Kind of stalls their project a little bit, if it not stops it. There's a couple different options that we can consider at this point for the development. I'm just going to mention a couple of things, and y'all can further discuss. Mayor Polino was there. He can give you kind of a synopsis of what transpired as well. Because of the lack of water and sewer infrastructure, the Heritage District, as proposed, will not be able to be developed without substantial changes. A couple of different things to consider at this point is the ability to obtain a package plant. I'm not sure if that's something that the developer or council is interested in. That it is an option. There's also the option to run the line to Broadmoor. That would be at the developer cost. However, there are capacity issues at that treatment plant that flow goes to, so I don't even fully know if that's an option. The third option is to potentially enter into an interlocal agreement with the county to either become a wholesale water and sewer purchaser and provider, or to potentially look at the pump station reimbursement to see if they are interested in allowing us as a village to enter an agreement to basically pay for the maintenance and ongoing costs of that pump station. I don't know if there's anything else to be considered. I'm not sure what the developer plans to do, if anything. He's obviously here today if y'all want to hear from him. But I just wanted to update you on what transpired at the county.
They also, in the same meeting, contradicted themselves by approving what's almost quadruple density that we turned down as a community, Marvin, that I think it was next to your rental property, that they allowed that to go through, which was, and they were so-called concerned with, the school effect and that sort of thing. But if they keep doing things like they did that night, where they keep approving the higher density, where it clearly states that we didn't want it, and it's not in best interest of Union County, if you times that by 10 or 20 or however many come before them going forward, it just doesn't make any sense. So they completely contradicted themselves. So I was very disappointed. There were people up there that spoke that suggesting that they did their own surveys, and it was from local residents here, and those surveys are, were next door surveys, so who knows where they got their information and how accurate that was from actual residents. But I was there basically to speak, and I also invited them all to the WUMA meeting, which is today at 4 o'clock, which I plan to attend. And because I think, Wayne, you shared with me, you were in front of one of the county commissioners, and he claimed he did not get the invite, which I said to check his email, and then after that, you invited him, and he said he didn't want to take an invite from you to that, so I went there to personally invite all of them. So we'll see who shows up today at that meeting. Yes, and you're welcome to come to that meeting as well. It's an open.
Absolutely, it's an open meeting.
You need to be on a microphone somewhere. I don't care where you go,
If
just
it's
come
okay
on
with
up.
council, we're going to allow Ben, the developer for Jones Homes, to speak because this affects him, so.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But yeah, Ben, we meet monthly, and I would say that this is top of, like, all subjects for all, even Mineral Springs, who doesn't want to develop any, and they're so proud that they're at a 2% growth. That said, we really,
Oh, it's Joe's.
I don't think it
It
is.
is, because your mic's on and it's right up against there.
Okay, I'll do this. My bad. Anyway, we had, I think, only one person show up, which was Richard Helms, to speak on that, which was a county commissioner. The others, haven't heard much back, and I've talked a little bit with Stoney at different times and had a very short conversation with Brian. And but I will say that, in fairness, all county commissioners voted it down that were there. Richard was not there. I think he is
Okay,
not able to attend, wasn't able to attend.
Right.
so with all that being said, where are you guys at? Where's your
We
head?
still have the project under contract, and we still, I mean, we're still looking for paths forward. We did do a quick analysis for a package plant. There's a couple of us in our development team that have experience with those. The things we run into that with here is they do have some odor, even the small ones. The other thing is you really need a perennial stream to dump the clean water effluent into, or you have to do an irrigation system. The problem with it, with trying to do that over there, is all of our, like the big sections of common area where we're not spraying it right next to somebody's yard or kind of in that internal area, well, then you run into an issue with the Clean Water Act because you're spraying the effluent upstream of wetlands that are already mapped wetlands. I just don't think it's a good solution. I think that the time and effort would be better spent us working together to try to get the county to come up with a program, whether we build the lift station and the HOA, it's almost like a private lift station. We get a point discharge permit to dump it into Union County Sewer. The HOA funds and maintains it. And, at one time, the commissioners were always against that because they said, well, the people always come back to us when the developer's gone and they don't want to maintain it, so they want the county to take it over. Well, we can actually put a deed restriction and a statement in every deed that eliminates that possibility. That is held up in court. We do these in down south in Florida all the time, and those people don't want to maintain them either. But it's a legal document that takes care of that. We're open to working with you guys at Marvin if it's more of a regional solution where you want us to put it in with the capability to be able to upgrade it if other parts of the Heritage District need to get over to that. I don't know. The one thing I don't know about that is I don't know what the state law would say is making it a mechanism where we could put the one in on our parcel, make it big enough that maybe Fincher could pump to us through the Let property if there's a connectivity possibility there. I don't know if that complicates the permitting. I haven't gotten far enough in to see how that works, but we're open to just about anything. I mean, we're completely committed to this project. We're not just, I'm not just going to say, well, I'm canceling my contract. We don't want to mess with this. I mean, it's a good project. You guys have been behind it. We've all spent a long time working together on it. I don't think we should give up at this point.
Okay, I mean, I think we're all on the same page. I don't think there's any one of us that doesn't think that we're all smart. We can come up with some sort of solution. We just need to get the county on board. And for me, opinion of one, I don't understand why we can't. I mean, you guys were going to build it. You guys were going to pay for it. So it's a matter of who's going to maintain it, because capacity surely wasn't the issue because it's going over here. It's
Well, the other
not
thing to
coming
remember
down
too,
here.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's
The other
fine.
thing to remember too is the minute that we get our developer extension agreement, which gives us the ability to go to construction, our system development fees in their entirety are due. So on that particular lift station for those 68 lots, that was $238,000. Well, a lift station basically runs, other than a guy going and checking on it every day or using the telemetry, a lift station runs on its own for 10 years. You can't tell me that that $250,000 doesn't go a long way in maintaining it. I mean, that's not a big lift station. It has a 2.5 horsepower pump. I mean, it's not a big lift station at all. So I think that there's, and that's one of those things too, that as we work together on this, like, we'll have to get a lot of legal advice, but we're paying system development fees for that. Well, if it's something where Marvin wants to take it as a regional solution, we pay the same system development fees. All of a sudden, the minute we get our construction permit, there's a chunk of money in there before I've even started to build the lift station.
So Andy and I were talking about it the other day, and he brought up a great point, and I don't understand it, and you do this, we don't. So explain to us why, Andy's question is, why can't we just have a sewer tap? Like, just get the sewer tap, you guys build it, there's something in there that you maintain it, you don't even have to go to the county. Why in the world do we even need the county's permission to put in?
You're putting it in their infrastructure, that's why.
But we get a tap permit, so we
Right.
tap into it.
They've always said no for they've always said no for the reason of when the developer's gone, the people in the neighborhood come to the commissioners and basically use kind of the power of public opinion to get the county to take it over.
All right.
But if they don't know about it, then what does it matter? Like, you're maintaining it, it's a private pump station, you're maintaining it, the neighborhood's maintaining it, and all you need to do is a tap. Now, Christina was talking to Brian, so was I right or wrong about the 500 and the extended lines?
Well, he's extending the line.
I know, but yes, you're extending the lines, but was I not right that they don't have to have board approval? It's just,
It did say that. Let me read it to you.
it did say which one, that I was right or you were right?
That you were right.
There's
I'm not even in that.
a little ray of sunshine there, at least.
So here's the other thing to think about though too. I didn't think about this until just now. So Union County Public Works, in their capacity, they would require us to go out the entrance, down Newtown Road to the gentleman on the corner where they're taking his lift station off. That's where the sewer line comes with the roundabout. If it's not Union County's lift station, we could go through the park, which is our property, until we dedicate it to you. All of a sudden, we're not extending the line. That just popped in my head as we were sitting here.
But even if you do have to extend the line, per whatever Brian Matthews said, Christina, you don't have to go back to the board for approval. It's all administrative.
If it's under certain gallons per day, I
No,
think,
even
right?
if it's over, all you have to do is get DEQ involved. It still does not have to go back to the board for approval.
So
The DEQ won't care.
I have a couple of questions for you though, Ben. Okay, number one, what is your gallons per day that you're estimating yield?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but I can get that to you. I just don't.
Is it 500? Is it 10,000? Is it 50,000?
Because didn't Hunter say 250 per residence was average? Isn't that what?
240 gallons a day per resident.
Per resident, times 68, which is,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
What was the other thing?
Question, does the DOQ, do you get the local lady to turn it in, or do you go with the regional guy? That's James Moore.
Okay, so here's the other question.
Lily Kay's one for Union County.
What is the cost of maintenance?
Pardon?
What is the annual cost of maintenance on that?
For the first 10 years on that, it's basically the labor cost. I mean, it's, on a normal municipality, they probably assign $5,000 or $6,000 a year to utility. On something like this, it would be more because you'd have one person maintaining it all the time. I've got a whole broken down budget. I just don't know them off the top of my head, but I mean, I could share that with everybody. It was in the report that we gave them.
Well, this is what I'm wondering, is if this was a regional pump station for the Heritage District, and to satisfy the county, if the Village of Marvin did the maintenance and charged all the people that use the pump station an annual fee or whatever it is to offset the cost to us, and we just oversee the maintenance. That way it becomes a municipal responsibility versus a private responsibility, which I would think would be more palatable to the county, that we're overseeing it, it's getting done correctly.
Yeah.
But I'm curious as to see what that what that amount would be and how it would be dispersed, what, you know, what everybody's gonna be paying, so that we could figure out how that would get reimbursed.
So how, okay, so, I mean, and I'm not,
That's
I'm
just
not
an option.
opposed to
And
doing
that's not
that.
an unusual, that's not an unusual setup. I mean, there are a lot of giant, there are, not even just big master plan neighborhoods, there are a lot of smaller neighborhoods in different areas. Like where I came from, the Midwest, this is really common. You know, you have a neighborhood, they have their own little utility company, they buy water from the county, and they provide sewer. They have a, you know, like where a neighborhood I lived in at a lake had one guy who was a sewer superintendent. They sent him to school, he learned how to do it for 6 months, came back, and they were their own little utility company. So I think it's very doable. But I can forward that report to everybody, and you guys can see the numbers of how it was broken down. Our engineer did a really good job. That was the other thing that was kind of, I mean, I was 50-50 going in because it is Union County, but, you know, they gave us all the parameters to work off of. We hit every one of them, and the lift station was $120,000 cheaper. The overall lifespan cost of it, from what they call it, the net present value lifespan cost, was $127,000 cheaper than a gravity solution. And that was only them allowing us a total of $80,000 to obtain easements all the way through Metal Arc to get to Broadmoor.
They did it just to do it.
This is
They
all,
The
did it-
presentation
They
would-
did it to flex. I mean, I'm sorry, but
Well,
they
the
did it.
presentation that they gave would lead you to believe that because it was almost like an afterthought. It was also put in right after the half-hour-long budget discussion of, you know, we're $15
That
million
they're
in the hole
broke.
every day, yeah.
So, okay, so I feel like we have, can you just get a sewer tap for the neighborhood?
I don't, for me as a developer, I don't think so. For you as a municipality, I think that's kind of what Brian Matthews was thinking. I think if,
Because if we
I
get
think
a
the only-
sewer tap, then we don't have to get permission to move, I mean, because we've got a tap now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then we don't need to get permission and do like a wholesale where we're selling it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can build your private pump station on your private land. We've already got the tap. They said we could have the tap. We're not asking them to maintain it. We're not asking them to pay for it. I
and we
mean,
have a
I
study
don't-
that shows, from their consultant, that shows that the downstream capacity of their infrastructure is there to get it to Charlotte.
So where am I missing the gotcha?
There's no gotcha. The commissioners just have to vote yes to do it.
They don't.
They don't.
That
It's
is-
a-
Well,
that
they have to give you the permit. You guys have to get the tap first.
Yeah, but that's not going to the board for that. That's an
It's
administrative
administrative.
process.
So that's
Nope.
what we're
Wait,
trying to
yes
do
or
is
no?
stay under the threshold, to stay administrative where,
It's not even under a threshold.
well, I mean, just saying it, keeping it off of their docket, keeping
Right.
it administrative. Because if it's strictly administrative, it has to go by statute or ordinance. It can't deviate from the ordinance. It's either yes or no. So there is no vote, there is no agenda. So if we keep it at that level, then there's no agenda to be had.
I don't know.
So if we can figure out a way to keep it in that realm, then
No,
we
I don't want
can
you to
make
call
this work.
anybody. I
So
wanna
that's
see
the
what we
big,
need to do.
Yeah, and I think that we have enough political connections that we could help whatever the initial kind of submittal to DEQ would be. Well, this is what would make it probably easiest. If we built it and we had the HOA set up so the HOA maintained and took care of the maintenance of it, then we would be the permittee. If not, if it was your sewer tap and we were taking our lift station and putting it into that sewer tap, and then you guys were taking the maintenance over, you would end up needing to be the permittee. So it's the same net result. We're still, the residents of the neighborhood are gonna pay for it, which is fine.
But I don't think it makes a difference. It may look better if the village does it for a tap because you guys have just asked for something and have been denied. So it may look better, but it's totally separate and it's not going to the board. So can we get the county to extend the sewer line to the roundabout for the Heritage District?
The sewer,
And
it's
then-
already there.
The sewer's already there.
Yeah, so where they come under, is it Mr. Philibek that lives on the corner?
Philbrook, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Philbrook. They're taking his septic offline and putting him on sewer. That manhole was already set up for the discharge line from Heritage District to go in there.
So then your neighborhood would just happen to be the first one
To tap into
to
it.
tap into it. Because you're gonna put in the pump station, you're gonna maintain the pump station, and then it doesn't matter. So then the village just needs to get the tap for it? It's a question.
Yeah,
mean,
I can ask Brian that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea. It's a little bit uncharted territory. That's why I don't have the answer for you. I'm not sure how they would.
Do y'all want
Well,
to,
I mean, if we're gonna say, I mean, as the village, because this is a regional situation here. we
It's
need to
not, it is not for development.
Right,
It is
this
not for
is-
one
this is
parcel.
a
It is
regional
for the
situation,
Heritage
so I
District
think-
as a whole.
I think optically, it looks better if the Village of Marvin does the tap because it is for the region. This is for the development of the Heritage District as a whole, not just one or two people using it. It's for the entire district. So I think,
Is there a benefit when you apply for a tap, to apply for a tap for for those parcels, and then apply for a tap down like at the basin outflow, like where the Fincher property is? And then you have the Let property that kind of splits that to where, that way from the village standpoint, you're taking care of the Heritage District at one time with your taps.
So we're thinking, from what Hunter, when he has been talking to, and I wish he was on a plane. When he was talking to Crystal at the county, she was telling him that probably the path of least resistance, because he sits a little bit higher up, is to come under this roundabout and hook into our sewer tap. So the Fincher property is
He wouldn't need
pretty
to, okay.
much
Right.
handled. It's
Okay.
more gonna be down on what is on the western end.
Well, our exhibit that we showed for our drainage area, it gets everything, you know, Mr. Let sold a little bit his to the Rose family. Everything else that's left on that is already designed to go into it.
Barbarino, did you just hear what Ben had to say
I did, yes.
about Mr. Let selling property to the Roses?
I did not, yeah, I have not, that's news.
Yeah. They bought 2 acres behind, basically the old pond and the area below it.
they bought the pond.
Okay.
so, real quick, not to interrupt, but the casings for DOT you had inquired about, they're not going to be in that contract. Because if this project gets pulled, the casings for the water and sewer infrastructure they're not going to be put in.
Say that again?
So they've been taken out?
Yes.
Because the casings were only put in as part of the part that we were gonna pay for. There was never a water
I
extension
thought you
plan.
just said they were gonna be over there.
No, the sanitary sewer will be, not the water line.
Oh, you need the water line.
I'm not worried about the water line. I can take it down Newtown Road and bore under it. I mean, it was one of those things where if you're crossing the road, the way that our timing was lining up, it was one of those things, if you're gonna cross the road, tear the road up one time. I'll just have to bore under the road at some point. I mean,
You're less worried about water.
I'm way less worried about the water.
Yeah, it's a lot smaller line and easier.
It's
to
just, yeah,
bore.
there's no
But there's no
elevation restrictions.
capacity
Yeah.
issues or pump station issues. Okay, so would it be more beneficial, because you guys have already been denied, for a pump station, not a tap? What do they ask you when you do a tap? Do they ask you how like, what do they ask, like, what's on the application?
It's a whole permitting process. You have to have engineered drawn plans, just like we did with here. It's like a civil site plan that we would have to submit to them. It would go through
So
their.
would that be something that you guys would do?
We
and then-
basically have all of our same data, because that's what's going in your tap.
And we would just,
So we would have to.
it's administrative, like, it ought to get approved.
Yeah, we would have to figure out the scope of work from our engineer, get them to draw some stuff up. I'm sure they can use some of the same information, but our engineer would have to be the one that packages that up, submits it. I don't know the timeline of approval. I can only remember when we were getting this approved, it took a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anything at the county to take,
No.
a week.
Definitely something we can look into. I would want to ask our engineer what it would take based on what they can get from them, and I can present something back to you all and let you know.
I mean, does anybody have like a poll of I mean, I feel like that's the best option.
think
Am I
that-
wrong?
I mean, I feel like on the administrative level, it's gonna go a lot quicker than going through the political end of it, but still, it's whatever their backlog is on their,
Well, and if it's the village
Administration.
coming for the whole Heritage District,
So are you saying that we would be responsible in the 10 years down the road for maintenance? Or
Well, I mean, you could do it either way. We could put it in the, I mean,
In the
you can set it up as a private lift station where that neighborhood maintains it. Now, you run in, there's a sewer shed, so it would take a little bit of we'd have to put a little bit of thought into how the ordinance to maintain that runs, because, you know, Mr. Lett's property would eventually come into it. There's the opportunity for pieces on the other side of Newtown Road to drain through that, to come under the road and do that. So you'd want to set that up for something, you know, for how to address that in the future, but, it would basically be an HOA expense. It's just part of, it's almost, for lack of a better term, it's almost like a tax on the folks that are in that neighborhood.
Like maintaining a road, it's
Right.
infrastructure. But the thing is how do you divide that if you have multiple people, other than just that HOA that's taken care of? Because now you're including other entities. So you'd have to set it up with the yearly maintenance, but you also have to set up with a replacement plan.
Well, that's part of the maintenance, yeah. So you
Okay,
have a
so
life
whatever
cycle,
that-
you have the maintenance, and you have like the
have
life
like a
cycle cost of it.
savings account for it.
Replace and repair.
Yeah.
Account, R&R account.
Well, the other thing you would do too is, so, you know, our design now already counts for Mr. Letts being a mixed-use development. We would just have to add in probably a little more detail. Maybe get with Hunter or somebody and say, okay, here's what our comprehensive plan shows for any possibilities over the next 20 years north of Newtown Road. You'd want to address that up front.
So Andy, are you asking like how, like, let's say Let's property got developed and they're coming in, how would they do their fair share of it?
You would set up a fee ordinance.
If everybody's going to use the
You would
facility,
you would
you'd
just
have
set
to-
up the fee ordinance, and then they would have to then pay into whatever
Yeah.
that is.
Okay, so that would be, so, let me understand this. Then it would go, the village would not be involved in it. It would be solely an agreement between the HOA and the other parties that would be using it. So they'd be essentially renting space from the HOA for,
Yeah, there'd be a fee schedule, so, you know, if you
For their
have this
poo-
many
for
acres
their
or.
poo pump.
right. Yeah, okay.
Portion of the poo pump, ooh, their PPP.
Yeah, I mean, so you would set it up to where you know, it would be per unit. There'd be like a commercial unit, a retail unit, a residential unit. It'd be in the fee schedule, so everybody would know, you know, your upfront cost is this, and then monthly's this based on this, you know, there'd be gallons and a gallon schedule. It'd be just like the fee schedule that Union County has.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, I think I'd be comfortable with that the village doesn't have to be in the middle of it, and that it can get taken care of privately, and then the county doesn't have to be involved in it either. It's just a simple gravity feed tap, like that's what they want. And they have plenty of capacity, so it seems like we've checked all the boxes, as long as nobody throws a monkey wrench in it somewhere.
Because, I mean, the other thing to remember too is this will have a cascading effect. Once they approve ours, they're gonna get 50 of them. So, you know, I mean, I think they're gonna scrutinize the TAP application a little bit more. I would think they would, I don't know. Because, you know, I know there's 3 or 4 places in Waxhaw. I mean, we actually have one that we're working on that we would be asking to do the exact same thing, you know, on a much, you know, that one's a much bigger scale, but it's still the same principle. But I know there's other developers, a few of the developers were at that meeting. I mean, there was a lot of interest in seeing what they were gonna do.
Well, and that's, I mean, they're paving the way right now for how it's gonna go in the future. So as developers, you all have to figure out a way to make it work.
Yep.
So, well, hopefully we've
Does anybody have any opposition to this? Does everybody know kind of what our marching orders are?
Go forth and conquer.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
And get with their engineer, who probably has all of that information.
We'll freely share that.
To come up with a site plan submittal for us providing the sewer tap, and then submit it to the county and going through that whole process on us, and then we'll come up with the solution for the pump station after it's approved.
In the meantime, is there anything she needs to check with Brian on?
Doesn't sound like it.
And then and if you could have your engineer kind of verify this, but I'll also have our guys look into the state approval process for a private lift station, so we can kind of start, while you guys are doing that, we can kind of get ahead of, okay, the next step would be, we got to submit this, because at some point, we're going to need your involvement, so I'll need to come to a council meeting asking you maybe to sign an application or something like that, so, okay.
Good? Christina, you feel good about this? Okay. Ben? Good? Okay, yep, all right, yeah, I like that better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, I mean, we all have to figure out how to navigate it. I mean, it's unfortunate they're kind of controlling the destiny of what you guys have put a lot of work in on over the availability of utilities, so.
Yep,
You can't get things done, you do it yourself.
that's right.
And
Somebody smart that I know said that.
It seems
Can't remember who it
recall.
And the property owners are, obviously, the property owners are 100% on board with continuing. I mean, we've got no negative, other than they were upset that, you know, their land value dropped tremendously after that
Well, I mean,
meeting,
that's
but,
the thing. I was like, who's gonna buy it now?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
8 houses on sewer? I mean, septic?
Well, it's not really a good septic site either. I mean, the soils aren't very good for that, so,
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
okay.
Everybody good? All right.
Thanks
Ben,
for taking the
thank
time,
you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, of
Thank
course,
you.
thank
Ben.
you.
You got one more, two more.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
So real quick, I wanted to just give a quick update on the Marvin Creek connector. Derek is just going to give you a couple words on that.
You want me to do it? I've had a couple conversations with the residents in Marvin Creek that would be most affected by this. And the one major voice who would have to look at the trailhead per se coming out onto the sidewalk of Painted Turtle is very concerned about the visibility of it and people coming off the trail and seeing their garage doors and their house and just how that would expose them to it. And on top of that, they're wanting the village, in order for them to give the HOA a blessing on doing the project or even moving forward with the idea of the project, they want us to do like a FEMA, floodplain study. They've had some flooding issues from the creek there in their backyard before and have asked the HOA to pay for it. And so they're asking us to jump through a lot of hoops just to approve a trail. So I think we're just going to recommend giving it back to the HOA for them to decide. And if they want us to do it, we can do it, but.
So I asked Derek to give you this quick report because I told him just to turn it back to the HOA and say, we're not going to do that. If either y'all approve it or it just doesn't get done. Wanted to make sure you guys were okay with that before we.
That's fine. I would, maybe remind them that they have like a giant sidewalk in front of their house called the road that they can see their garage doors from too.
He's referring to the FEMA study. Do you guys want to do the FEMA study?
No, I don't want to do a FEMA study.
Okay. We're just going to put it back on the HOA and tell them either they approve it or they don't, and we're not going to get it done. If one property owner is going to hold it up for the sake of not doing a FEMA study, then.
For the entirety of our husband. Is it
Yeah.
HOA land that you're trying to get?
Yeah. I mean, if Milan comes back and says, hey, I've had a conversation with this guy and they're okay with it, let's move forward, then I'll put it back on my plate. But like Christina said, we're just going to give it back to the HOA.
They're not interested, it just gets moved lower down on the list.
Spike your face.
What I would think, right?
You can just contact Milan and ask him
Lower them
about
on
that.
the list.
Put it back in their court. The next thing, I just wanted to let you know, I did receive a portion of the personnel study that we're working on. I went through the first 10 pages of it. It's a 30-page document. It's not complete, so I don't have all the numbers. I do see a lot of discrepancies in the salary portion of it, so I'm just going to let you know that in advance. They're still waiting to hear back from a couple of different municipalities that they've targeted in terms of minimum, maximums, actuals, for me to be able to give you an actual number of our disparities, but there is going to be some definite disparities. Jill and I have been working at this year's budget. We have identified approximately $60,000 that we feel comfortable playing with to make some recommendations to you all for at least starting that process, so.
You're bringing this back to us when?
I should have the final version in the next week, so maybe the work session, it could be maybe the regular meeting, it could be the work session.
I think this is probably a work session
Okay.
situation because I feel like next month we start budget meetings.
We do.
Yeah, so I'm not really interested in dragging it out any longer.
Okay. So do you want to do it at a budget work session? Okay.
No, not at a budget work
A
session,
regular work session? Okay.
at the end of the month.
Okay.
Yeah. And while we're talking about, not that we're talking about it, but we're talking about the budget stuff, at some point, we should talk about food.
Why is everybody looking at Jill?
If you're gonna have me here
Oh, the
from
budget work
5 until
sessions.
10, I expect to be fed.
Dinner for budget work sessions. And
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get Bombay Grill one day.
The food budget for next year, so.
You should.
that's all I have, and
I'm getting one, and I'll get a whole bunch of threes. How about that?
Yeah, okay,
And a 5, you want initial 5?
there you go.
I do have, I know Hunter's not here, but I do have one topic in his report that I need to talk about as well.
Okay. We're on to the planner's report. Thank you for coming. We're to planner's report now.
That was added, there was a document in your packets that was added yesterday. I can pull that up on the screen if y'all would like.
I'll go ahead and summarize this for y'all. This is the planner's report in the Winmore bond. Long story short, as this memo shows you, if you hadn't had a chance to read it yet, is that Winmore was the final plat was approved in 2015. There were some amendments done to it, and it was revised in 2018. So they started construction, they were completed, everything's been built out in that subdivision. We have been working with them for the last probably 3 years, trying to get some repairs made. Rohit was here, he was actually issuing some completed improvements that needed to be done to Winmore. Subsequently, nothing has been done. So we've been working on this for several years. We have finally got a bond cash-out amount of $114,000. We are estimating the total improvements to be around $132,000, so there is a slight deficit. We won't know these exact numbers until we actually get bids in. We would have to pay for them. Typically, in a subdivision, you're not gonna have a 10-year lull period where you've completed and they've been finished. So the same thing could potentially happen at Belgrove if they pulled out that subdivision, and that's not gonna happen. But that subdivision was initially started in 2013, and it's still being under construction. So we're basing these numbers off of bond amounts that were obtained 10 years ago.
Okay, but
But why is paving and the pond conversion and tree mitigation, why is that the village's problem?
so here's the thing. They want a gate. They want privatized roads. They want to take over the roads from us. If they want us to pave their roads and do all this stuff, then no gate. And we maintain the roads. Otherwise, it's on them.
I agree with that.
This
That
is, they don't get to get both.
is absolutely not.
I would agree with that too.
But I still don't understand why these things are the village's problem. We're not the developer. We're not the person that is doing this stuff. Why is the developer not paying for this?
Well, typically, the bond should cover it, and typically, it's just a wash, but we're 10 years out from estimates that were done when the bond was initially generated, back in 2015.
Then some of this shit just doesn't get done. Like, I don't know, the paving of the roads at $36,000, especially if they want a gate.
Right, I mean.
Not a chance. Sorry, I'm not yelling at you, but this is ridiculous. I am so tired of the village getting stuck for stuff that is other people's problems.
So if a developer makes all their money, they don't finish the project, just leave the bond, and then they're like, we made our money, we didn't have to spend all that, and then the village just has to pick it up. How's that work? I mean, because they took the money and ran, and all they're losing is their bond. So they have already reconciled their books that's an expenditure, and that was the end of it. They didn't have to pay the actual.
They're not getting the money back anyway.
Right,
They're just gonna let it get jacked. No.
that's what I'm
Okay, so
saying.
y'all don't want to accept the bond?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. I'll let him know, and if he needs further action on this, which I'm sure he's.
And, I don't know, and if they want a gate, we're not paving their roads. The village is certainly, the village will not go over the $114,000 that the bond covers, which is what is that the difference of? Like, where are the numbers? 132,400 and 114. So let's just say 20 let's just say $20,000,
Yeah.
just to make it easy. So, which is roughly how much it's gonna cost to pave. I'll pay $12,400 for paving. But I'm not gonna go, especially if they want their roads gated, I'm not going over the $114,173.75.
Yeah. I mean, if we've kept the money and it's in there, then it was slated for that, but I'm not paying a penny over what that bond was kept. That's just, it's screwing the village, and especially, you know, if they want to have private roads, and they got to finish them up.
So are we
Okay.
accepting the bond, or?
No, we're not accepting the bond.
Okay.
They need to figure out what they're doing. We're not accepting the bond.
Okay, I'll advise Hunter.
I'll accept it, but I'm not doing the work. Like, I'll do the work on the stuff up to $114,000, and then I'll stop in the middle of the, entranceway of paving.
I'll let Hunter know, because I'm not sure, I don't know if it can be a pass-through, but I'll let him know, and he can further advise you on that.
So you don't need action from them?
Marvin Loop update, do you have that? Okay.
It's just waiting on the approval from the FHWA, and the DOT is looking into the letter of interest to move forward with. Once funding is approved, we have three options on the engineer design: advertise, use our in-house, or use an on-call. So he won't know that until we actually get the funding approved. That's all the update really says.
I mean, he put something out there a long time ago that has not gotten any traction or any response. Like, he put something out for bid, and he hasn't gotten any response.
I don't think he's,
Yeah,
I don't-
he has.
I'll have to ask him on that. I think he was waiting on the funding to be approved to get the RFP out. I know he's got it prepared.
Or
He
maybe
just,
that's what it is, but he's got the RFP prepared, ready
Yeah,
to go. So
yeah.
they still haven't approved the funding. I mean, it's been
Hey,
sitting
Kim,
out
could you
there.
put your microphone on?
Sorry.
No problem. Got it.
I thought I was talking loud enough for you, Bob, sorry. That request for funding has been sitting out on whatever their portal is for months.
he's been in contact
I
with him
know he
weekly.
has.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, is there anybody else, like, that we can talk to be like,
I'll check on that.
okay? Because I know he's getting frustrated with it.
Yeah, and one of the things that we have to keep in mind is our funding that you've not appropriated this funding yet, but we are moving the SCIF money that we got from the state
Yeah.
to this project to fund the first two phases. That has to be spent by June of '24.
Yeah,
So
so
by
I
the
mean,
end
we're
of next
starting to,
year.
we're gonna start bumping up against this if they don't move their behinds.
I did ask him to reach out to them and let them know that we have some restrictions. I think I did that yesterday, so hopefully
Okay.
he's.
I mean, I know he's working on it, and I
Yeah.
mean, he's ready to put out, I thought he had already put it out, but you're right, he's waiting for them to approve the funding so he can then put out. But they want to move this up the list, so, okay.
Joe?
And I have something in Marvin Day planning. That's all on the planner's report.
Next up, we have Marvin Day planning.
So, I sent you all an email that one of the bands that you had selected has jumped ship. We have looked at the contract, and the only repercussions that we have are to charge them a 20% fee of what that particular band does. So we'll definitely do that.
The gears are turning.
I've gotten some feedback from a couple of people that they liked one of the bands. Not everybody's responded. I've got a couple of feedbacks, or some feedback from several of you that you don't like either one of them. So I'll get some
Know anything
more.
about 'em. I've deferred to Jamie on music.
Yes.
I'll get some more.
You got 3 votes.
Do you know what your ears like?
I didn't,
Why don't you listen
sent a
to
demo?
them?
I didn't see a demo. I
she
saw
said
there were
she's-
two options.
And if you
but
click
I
on the
didn't-
things, you can listen to the music.
Oh, I didn't know that, so, sorry.
So I'll get some more examples to see if you all like anything better.
Just call me
And then I'll
Joe.
send them to you individually, and you can reply back to me individually, so we don't have to drag it out like too long.
I'll have some other options for you shortly. I already sent some.
Right on top of that, Rose.
That's all I have.
I was just on the, when you said the 20% fee, I was just trying to,
You were trying to figure out how you can get paid that? go out there. I hire you, oh. Let's hire Jamie and Bob, and they can be a duo, and we'll pay them 30 grand each. Well, maybe one this year, one next year. We can't do it all in one
I
year.
think
That's a
we
lot.
could set it up like an organ grinding thing, like I can be the monkey
You can be
and
the monkey.
Jamie can like
Dance, monkey,
sing
dance.
Italian songs. Yeah.
No, my thought was on any kind of,
That's being
fees
recorded.
that we would, if there was a way to twist that back to our mishap last year. I know we covered 1,000, but that's just me thinking, trying to cover that. But I'll have other options for you.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right,
Oh, no, that's all Christina
I know,
has.
all right. Moving on to
The money lady,
Jill.
the money lady,
Sure.
the lady in charge of the money.
And yes, I would play for 30,000.
Yes.
And I would have people drinking
All right,
like
friends.
crazy.
This is a favorite part
I'll give you 2 hours.
of your meetings.
I love it. Let's go. Who hasn't done their jobs?
I know it's Kim's favorite part, but this is an updated spreadsheet through this morning. We have 27 sponsors. We've got 29,500 pledged. We have 2 sponsors that are still deciding on their amount. So they're in the total of the 27, but their amounts are not included in the 29.5 because we don't know the amounts yet. We've received 10,500 cash in door already. The other 19,000 is still outstanding. And you can see kind of the follow-up. Everywhere you see orange down at the bottom, Mary started contacting all of these sponsors yesterday, asking them for their credit cards and/or making sure that they're sending their checks. They're sorted here by, who's paid and who hasn't and all that stuff. But in red is everybody who has said no. Up top in the light yellow is all of the outstanding companies that we are supposed to be closing the deal on. This little portion here is a concern to me, this white section, because that means I have not heard from you on whether or not you have contacted these people
I'll give you a complete update on mine.
and/or the progress on that. So, and then these little yellow boxes right here, there is currently nobody assigned to go talk to those businesses. So if anybody is out and about and wants to swing by, they're all kind of located in that same parking lot where the Goddard School.
I think
and
Bob should do it. Bob is like
Fish
killing
Market.
it.
Well, so Bob definitely had a lot of conversations, but I am hoping for updates to start coming in about these people saying yes, because they've expressed interest, but we have not seen any commitments or money from these people.
Can you do me a favor? Can you email me whatever you're looking at?
Absolutely, thank you.
And I planned to follow up and tell them, hey, March 1st, it's toast. So I need to get you involved. So just send me that so I can just see where we're at. Thank you.
Yeah, and Bob, I apologize because Mary's been sending emails, but she might have been sending them to your Marvin account and not your personal. So I'll make sure that she's messaging you at the right place.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, there
I
it
will
is.
have you take one item off of the red list, Gina Lorenzo. I have finally got in touch with her, and she will be doing something, but no, not decided on a level. But that's what she shared with me.
Does she
Real estate.
know about the March 1st deadline next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask people in red?
Yes.
That would be Christina and Jill. 2 of our vendors that we spend a ridiculous amount of money with both said no.
I've had multiple vendors that we spend ridiculous amounts of money with say
And,
no.
and their reasoning
Like
is
our
what?
communication consultant, and that was a no. Water Saver Irrigation that we've spent like over $40,000.
Like $50,000
That
with.
was a no.
They can't come up with $1,000.
Or 500.
I mean,
What, but did they give you a reason?
no,
They just said no?
they just said no.
Did they send you an email saying no?
Yes,
Like,
just said no.
we don't value your business? We don't care how much money you've spent with us? We can't help you out?
I try to make it clear when I send the emails that I very much have enjoyed working with you on all of our water and, irrigation projects at the village. Hint, hint. But the response I got was no. I've also reached out to like the Shade Above people. I mean, we've reached out to all of our major vendors and they're either not responding at all or they're just saying no.
And AMT told me that since they moved to an employee-owned company, their policies are in place, and it causes more stricter oversight on these type of requests, is basically what they told me.
Perfect. I would like to put in a request to start looking for a new engineering firm. Seriously. Like, are you kidding me? How much money do we spend with them a year? $80,000? So they can't come up with $500?
Yeah.
We can do that.
And really, Chad Orthodontics? Really?
Yeah, so I got a lot of pushback from her.
Did they not do it last year?
They did, and so I naturally followed up with her. I got a lot of pushback. She was asking me, well, how many people do you think came last year? I told her, she said, well, I heard the concert wasn't, well attended. I said, well, we did have a major rainstorm that impacted the beginning of it, but by the time it was over, it was very well attended. And she said, well, she just gave me a laundry list of reasons why it probably wouldn't work. Like, you want me to pay people to be there all day long?
No, nobody has to show up.
And I said,
We'll just advertise for
You
you.
don't have to be there at all. If it works for you to be on site and you would like to come and be present, you can. But I have many vendors that are just cutting a check and they're happy with having their logo on our website, social media, T-shirts, banners, signs, etc. They don't want to be present on site, so that's your call. We don't dictate that. You decide. But she seemed very negative about.
Who was this?
Chad Johnson
Chad's
Orthodontics,
logo.
who has put braces
I
on my
actually,
kid,
I actually,
your kid.
yeah, I actually stopped in
your
there and delivered
kids.
it again to hand deliver it, so I can follow up with a call with Chad directly.
I would.
'Cause
Yeah, I mean,
you
she-
dealing with his wife or who?
Whoever we dealt with last year, the same lady that I was going back and forth with last year.
So one of the things that I was told, for instance, by New York Life is they got 0, and they were a gold sponsor. They got 0 leads from that. However, they got more leads when they did the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, because I says, I think you, I
Perfect,
told
and
them.
they didn't have to pay for that one, so
Right,
like
but-
it
but
all comes out in the
In
wash.
fairness, what I told them is that this will likely condense all the people, because we're not spread out all over we have the 5K we're running, which is one issue, but most of the stuff is gonna be really and you're gonna have that ability to have a tent if you want, talk to people, put out stuff, grab leads, that kind of stuff, which is what they had at Eford Park before.
I mean, this is a conversation I had with a realtor yesterday who was interested. You, as a business person, have to determine what you're going to do to attract people to your booth and acquire leads. Do you want to have a fun game? Do you want to raffle off a Yeti cooler? Do you want to have something that draws people to your table and you say, hey, you want to win this? Awesome. Give me your name and email. That's a lead. Whether or not they turn into a client is not my problem. My problem is giving you a space where you have the ability to attract people to come learn about your business. If you're not attracting people and you're not getting leads, you're probably not doing something to attract people to come learn about your business. I mean, I've been a business person who's been a vendor at one of these events and had a booth and had to get creative and how to get people to come and talk to me. It's just the nature of the game. So I see what they're saying, but how do you quantify, leads? Did they literally not get a single email address or phone number that night at the concert? I saw their setup. They had a game and they had things they were offering, so I don't know how that's possible, but.
I think a lot of what we're seeing has to do with the doom and gloom that they keep reporting about the upcoming economy. I think a lot of business owners are really tightening the strings
Andy.
and looking at this.
Water Saver Irrigation, we've spent $50,000, and they can't give us $500 of that back?
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also looking at small businesses because this is where I'm sitting, And I'm looking at,
You're sponsoring.
phones aren't ringing like they were.
Then maybe they need to get some leads. Maybe they need to be out there, drumming up some business.
You gotta
Now, these
justify the
people
cost
aren't.
too, and
Everybody needs braces. Everybody's getting irrigation done. It took us how long to find somebody to do irrigation? Who are the people you got? Like, Christina, I'm gonna follow up with your people, but I don't know who you're talking to at these places.
So for the sake of this printing on one page, I have hidden those two columns just to print it.
Okay.
But the one that I sent you this morning, the columns are unhidden, and you should be able to see. If it's filled in, you should be able to see some names and email addresses. It's not always there, because if I didn't get it, then I don't have it for the spreadsheet.
I'll check mine and see.
Are you sure you just didn't get rid of it all across the board?
I
Jill,
didn't-
I'll come in tomorrow and update you. I will tell you, I'll update you.
She's not gonna be here tomorrow, it's Friday. They don't work on Fridays.
But, Jamie, Mary sends out emails every Thursday asking you guys to update her on Fridays.
Okay.
So if you just want to send your update to her, she goes in and makes these changes for me. Is it still here?
There's no person there.
Which one are you looking at?
The one you just sent.
That I-
Today, this morning, at 12:27.
Okay.
What am I missing?
Oh, is this Excel? Would I,
It's
there's-
that.
Okay, well, if you can open it in Excel, you just need to unhide some columns, but I'll unhide them and resend it to you.
I don't have Excel on my iPad.
Let me look at it before I
It's not
resend
a Word.
Want to make sure I
thing.
updated it.
Okay. Okay, so. Have I fully yelled at everybody enough to get your okay, so get your sponsor stuff done. And if we have to go past March 1st by a couple of days, we can, but it's March 1st,
Which is Wednesday.
which is Wednesday, so update Beetlejuice,
There are
Beetlejuice.
businesses on here that we potentially haven't even spoken to, and the deadline's Wednesday.
Yep.
So we had set a goal, and
We're getting close.
it's definitely feeling like the.
Anybody say
the-
yes?
Sponsoring.
Anybody say yes?
I got two that are gonna come back to me.
Okay.
And again, I'm.
Probably that one's a no again, huh?
Well, no, I'm gonna get something out of them.
Okay.
I kinda, I'd like to have, if he would just pay me for all the beers he drank at the Cabana, then I can.
So I guess we're going to have to think about if this is a strategy we're going to continue to do from year to year, because if it's going to be like a handful of people doing 90% of the work to acquire sponsorship money, then we have to reevaluate whether this is how we're going to go forward, or we just budget more for Marvin Day and do you know what I'm saying? So that it's not, the responsibility is not falling on a handful to do the bulk of the fundraising for Marvin Day.
Send the paperwork.
Well, I've already spoken, wait.
That's Sean.
He declined. He's listed here as, he said no. He said no. Derek spoke with him and he said no.
Who? When did you talk to Sean?
Yesterday.
Okay. I'll call him up and cancel my order.
Hell yeah, I like where Wayne's head's at.
so what's
said
Doug's excuse? We just paid him all this money,
Yeah.
he can't.
They're a yard person?
Yep.
It's-
But I'll recommend them to everybody in
No,
my
he said no. He sent an email,
neighborhood.
said no.
If they want
Yeah.
trees, I'll have to tell them that no more.
You're SOL, man.
And I just ordered 2 this morning, so I'll.
Did you talk to Water Saver Irrigation? Or did they just send you an email?
Doug and his assistant wrote me back and said no.
See, I feel like these are hard. Hey, you wanna come in tomorrow and let's call people and be like, I don't understand, we've given you X number of dollars, why don't you wanna do it on the phone? Can we get in the building?
Yeah.
All this money. we just
Do their
spent.
key cards work on Fridays?
Friday, so how do we get in?
Don't your key cards work on
You have
Fridays?
a,
Not on
You're
weekends.
adult, so why would ours work?
Mine work.
I can come in tomorrow.
I'm kidding. I don't want you guys to come in. You know what? We'll sit at the cabana and do it.
I mean, listen, I'm usually here on Fridays, but I would definitely come to a cabana instead. Just send me the address.
you've been there, it's Jamie's house.
You do not want to be at the end of the red list by the time Jamie and I get there.
The mortgage company and the real estate,
Yeah.
and McCluskey, they've
Which
got.
would be Doug. He's the last name on the red list.
Joe, will you resend with the stuff so I can see?
Yes, I mean, I
Resend with extreme
Wayne, to
prejudice.
your point, I keep hearing that
Jamie
people
has 4
want to
minutes.
do it, but then they don't submit the form, they don't submit a check. So I can't put them on here as a sponsor
Okay.
until I hear from them that they are actually going to move forward.
I'll go talk to, Hunter's gonna talk to 7-Eleven. The seafood market, they wound up and did something for, something we had here.
They
but
did National Night Out.
But the thing about it was, when I went to them to do sponsorship before that, they said no. So I don't know who got them to say yes for National Night Out.
I did.
So you got a better connection than I do. They told me flat no.
All right, we're going
And
to move
even
on
I
to
brought something up
review
there.
of action items. Austin, you're up.
Probably on your list just because they were on there last year, but since they just did National Night Out, we don't necessarily need to ask them to do more.
Okay, for the review of action items, we got quite a long list. Christina's going to follow up with Kat Jackson on the art display. If we want to move forward, we need pricing. Hunter's going to send the resolution adopted today to Union County. That was for the accelerated roundabout. Let's see. You guys are going to get your red lines for the park master plan over to us so we can get them to Nick. I'm going to work on getting the change order for the AV based on the decision today. Derek's going to bring back the sync quotes for approval on March 8th. Christina and Derek are going to work on the schedule for the playground replacement. Christina's going to, trying to read my own handwriting here. Updated. I'll come back to that one. I'm going to notify CRTPO that Joe and Jamie have switched. I have a letter that has to be signed. Christina's going to execute the contract for the ADA improvements, the Pocket Park with Union Environmental. Christina's going to confirm that NCDOT is actually going to turn over the roads to us if we go forward with a GO bond, getting a letter of intent. Christina is going to put the discussion of the park loan on the March work session. Joe, you're going to follow up with, is his name Brody, annexation, Mr. Brody? Let's see, Christina said she was going to check with the schools on if there's been any changes with the bus stops. We're going to work with our engineer to get a site plan for the sewer tap, and Christina's going to get more options for the Marvin Day Band. Hunter is not going to accept the Winmore bond, and we'll communicate that. And Derek is going to inform the Marvin Creek HOA that the connector is back on them. I think I got most of that. There was one thing I don't remember what I wrote there. Oh, and you were going to get an updated camera quote for the roundabout. That was the other thing I forgot.
Did y'all want us to look at new engineer firms? It is a, do you want me to do that, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
I didn't hear that. What's she doing?
Christina will look into other engineering firms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, come on, man. Like, seriously.
It's on the list.
Hey, didn't I do a formal request to change our stuff so that it's now you still haven't done that. And I'm not messing around with it. I'm not gonna be here forever. I'd like to have it for a little bit.
I'm working on your rules of procedure rewrite, so if you want to do it, we'll do it.
Put it to a vote. Put it to a vote.
Insert.
Put it to a vote. See where.
Okay, I did, and it passed.
It did?
It did. You didn't get a
There was
vote.
a
Don't worry about it.
Unanimous.
You didn't get a vote. Don't worry
Vote
about
on
it.
If you vote on it right now, I'll change it.
I'm gonna make a motion to change our rules. Was it rules of procedure?
You don't have to do that, yeah. Just tell me to.
To make review of ongoing action items list to Kim's list. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Change it.
If it'll make her happy.
Now that I have formal direction, I'll do it.
With the condition, as soon as she's out, it goes back.
Goes back, that's fine. You can call it Mayor Pro Kim's list. Okay, I don't have anything, so we're moving on to council comments.
All right.
Oh, you don't have any updates to that? Okay.
I'm good.
Good.
After all
Well,
that,
did
you
anyone, hold on, did anyone else have
Doesn't
any?
matter, it's somebody else's list, it's mine.
No, the ongoing action. We still get to participate.
Waking my
All right, council comments. Bob,
Jamie's gotta go.
or Jamie, you any council comments?
Congratulate Christina.
She's off the market.
Would you like to raise your hand and show everybody your,
Yeah, show the bling.
Look at Joe. Okay, so I need a motion to excuse Jamie Lyon from the meeting at 1:27 PM.
Can I go with him?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Bye.
See you,
Hey,
Jamie.
seriously, do you want to get together tomorrow and make phone calls? I gotta leave at like
Hey.
in the morning.
Jamie, front seat of my truck.
All right,
We're doing council comments. Okay.
Bob, council comments.
That's cute.
Well, first off, yeah, congratulations, Christina. I had no idea. I don't know the details, so what a surprise. So congratulations. I want to thank the staff, as we always do. You're all on top of everything. I want to give a special shout out to Austin with the audio visuals, participating in the planning board. And today it has been crystal clear. It's been absolutely amazing. And I can see the screen behind you all, and I think I can see the bottom half of me, which makes me feel like the great Oz behind the curtain. So that's kind of cool. I mean, that's really kind of neat. But anyway, all that to say as well that I want to really congratulate all of us, the council. You know, this morning we have been dealing with the gamut of everything: infrastructure, finances, you know, little picayune things that we've been addressing this. And I just want to kind of give a shout out to us that I wish the public could, you know, get into this, look at it. I know it's long. Nobody's going to hang tight and go for 4 hours here or 5 hours. But I mean, I just want to say, you know, congratulations to us. We deal with stuff and we do it in a civil manner. Everybody expresses their thoughts. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Bob. What you didn't realize that Austin was putting bunny ears on you for us to look at and all kinds of different things. She was, I'm kidding.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool.
Yeah. Thank you. Wayne.
I want to thank the staff just for everything, day in and day out, month in and month out, all year long. Thank you.
Andy.
I'm good, thank you.
Kimberly.
I'm good.
And as for me, congrats. It's just great news. Love seeing that. And also, just a reminder, WUMA is today from 4 to 5:30. We're hoping to get some county commissioners attend that meeting. And before I leave, if I can get Ben's number, I can give him the information. I don't know if he knows if he's even available today. You know, if I seemed a little bit out of it today, it's because my father was going under a procedure. He's having some health issues, and I've been getting text all along this meeting, and turns out he's out, and he is a good candidate for what they're going to have to do within a month. So the prayers are being answered slowly, but thankful for that. And with that, we're not going into closed session, right?
Nope, God, let's hope not.
With that, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
At 1:30.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye. Fifth.
Thank you.
Fifth. Okay, oh, what do you want?
Let's show the time at 1:30.